Okay. Okay, this works. Welcome everyone to this iteration of PLMW. Ideally, we would want some people to compress a bit further in because our speaker won't be able to actually look at the width of this room. But yeah, just a tiny bit more centralized. Yeah. Okay, so welcome to this year's PLMW. As you know, it's a mentoring workshop, and we have a series of technical and skills talks. We're going to start with Joe Cutler talking about how to attend a conference. But before that, I want to remind everyone that at the end of the day, at 6 p.m., there is a Jane Street sponsored board game night slash food slash drinks event. Thanks to Chris over there for spearheading that effort. If you have any questions, that's our Jane Street representative right there. And it's going to be at the Patty Cake Room, which is somewhere in this floor on this side. Okay, with that said, I'm pleased to have Joe Cutler introducing How to Conference.
Great. Awesome. Can you all hear me? Wonderful. Okay, so I'm Joe Cutler. This is Getting the Most Out of POPL'. This talk is built on the backs of two previous people who have given similar talks. So I'd like to start by giving credit to Sam Froelich and Paulette Kronkovich, who have given wonderful versions of this talk before, and I deeply cribbed many of their ideas. But you get me instead of them. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's start with some basic introductions. Who am I and why am I talking to you? So simple version, I'm Joe Cutler. I'm a fourth-year PhD student at the University of Pennsylvania. I work with Professor Benjamin Pierce on things related to functional programming, type systems, sometimes property-based testing, things like that. Why am I talking to you? I don't know, I guess because I've been to a couple PL conferences. In my 5 or 6 or so years in this community, I've been to a whole bunch of PL conferences in locations, including those in the real world and quite a few in the sort of virtual conference era during COVID. The first thing that I want to say about this talk is that this is just advice, and so you should feel free to take it or leave it. If you hear something during this talk and you're like, I think I could get more out of POPL if I did something differently, by all means feel free. There are no rules to POPLing correctly. This is just some things that I've cobbled together about reasonable ways to do it. Okay. Let's get some formalism out of the way. Formalism since we're here at POPL. What is POPL? Well, you are currently attending the 52nd ACM SIGPLAN Symposium on Principles of Programming Languages. Principles of Programming Languages, POPL POPL. So that's the thing that you've all flown here to Denver for. Although this here is PLMW, the Programming Languages Mentoring Workshop, which is a workshop that will happen at POPL. So ACM SIGPLAN, by the way, if you're wondering, is sort of the professional organization that puts this conference on. It's the Association for Computing Machinery Special Interest Group on Programming Languages. And they put on all of the programming languages conferences. But you're here at POPL. And so that's formally what POPL is. What is POPL sort of informally? POPL is the premier conference for research in the theory of programming languages. So if you're working on some kind of research project, which many of you either are or are strongly thinking about doing, and that project has something to do with programming languages theory, at the end of the project, you're probably going to think about writing up the work that you've done into a paper and submitting it to a conference. And one of the conferences that you should probably very strongly think about submitting that to is here at POPL. And when you submit a paper to POPL, it'll get reviewed, and then if it's a great paper and the reviewers agree that it's a great paper, then it'll get accepted to POPL. And then if the paper gets accepted to POPL, then either you or one of your other colleagues comes here and gives sort of a 20-minute talk plus Q&A about the work that you've done. And so that is what's going to happen for the rest of the week. There's going to be a whole lot of 20-minute talks about all sorts of different things that got published at POPL this year. And the great thing about the fact that you're all here is that you get to watch these talks about this research, right? The fact that you're here at POPL means that you get to go to those talks, sit in the audience, ask questions, talk to the speakers. So you're all here at POPL. Who else is at POPL? Well, you're all mostly sort of late-stage undergrads, early-stage grad students, but lots of other people are at POPL, not just the folks in this room. So people like all ranges of graduate students, including late-stage graduate students, postdocs, researchers in government, researchers at companies, sort of industrial researchers, faculty, professors, and these people are coming from all over the world. I'm sure this room consists of folks who have come, flown from far and wide to come attend this conference, and the rest of the attendees from the conference will be similarly from everywhere. And the other main benefit of coming to POPL is that because you're here, you get to meet these people as well, okay? So the main reasons we go to POPL are, one, to watch these research talks, right? You get to sit in the audience and see, hear about the interesting work that got published at this POPL, and then also you get to network with and chat with all of the other folks who are currently here at POPL. So I actually want to talk about these in the opposite order. I want to start with networking, and then we'll talk later about research talks and some other logistics about POPLing in a manner that is, good for you. Okay, so step one, what even is networking? I think when I was sort of a late-stage undergrad, early-stage graduate student, similar to where you are now, I was a little bit confused at exactly what networking was, and in particular, I was never entirely sure if I was doing it correctly. Like, sure, I was talking to people. I don't know, is that good enough? Am I supposed to be doing, is there a secret handshake? I don't know. And the main thing that I want to say is that, like, there's nothing special about networking. Networking is just a corporate speak word that we've adopted in the computer science world for, like, talking with your colleagues, okay? And so if you're here at this conference talking to other conference attendees, like, you're networking. You don't have to do anything special. That's it. If you're having conversations with people, like, congratulations, you're doing it correctly. Okay, so that's what networking is. Why do we do it? There are a couple of main reasons. The main reason that everybody will tell you is just sort of unabashedly to advance our careers, right? You're going to meet a whole bunch of people at this conference, and then sometime down the line, those people might have opportunities they're trying to fill, things like PhD positions, or postdoc positions, or faculty jobs, or industry research jobs. And they'll think back to all the wonderful people that they've met over the years, and they might think back to the people they've met at POPL, and in particular, they might think of you, and they might reach out to you or give your CV special consideration when you apply, or things like that. And so the relationships that you make at this conference genuinely often do help in sort of facilitating your career advancement down the line. Some, less, fundamentally, career advancement centered reasons to network is to meet potential collaborators, right? You're going to have lots of conversations at this conference, and a lot of those conversations are going to be about research. And so you have research interests, and people you're talking to are going to have research interests, and you might realize, like, oh my goodness, we have such similar research interests, we should do research together, because everything is better with friends. That's a great reason to come to POPL, right? You're going to meet potential collaborators. All of the people that I've ever collaborated with outside of out of my university, I've met in person at conferences. Another main reason to network is to learn about ongoing research, right? If you weren't here at POPL, you could sort of watch all of the POPL talks on YouTube or live streamed, and you can read all the papers, you can hear, about the papers that were published. But the fact that you're here and you can, talk to all the researchers means that you can ask them, what are you working on right now? What's the next thing? And you can sort of potentially get a sense of what kind of questions the community is interested in answering and hearing about next. And the last main reason to network is to make friends. If you come to enough of these conferences, you'll start to see the same people over and over and over and over and over again. And it's quite likely that those people will become your friends. This is a community of, by and large, really wonderful people, and I consider some of my best friends in the world people that I've met through programming languages, people that I frequently see outside of just the conference setting, socially, like I'll fly to their city to go say hi to them, right? Okay, so hopefully I've convinced you that networking is good, yes, and that you should be doing it. So how do you do it? Well, networking, as I've mentioned, is just having conversations with people. So how do I start having conversations? Well, a good step to having conversations is to introduce yourself. Here are Joe's 3 steps to introducing yourself. Step 1, you should mention your name. It is important when you're having a conversation for the other person to know what your name is. Number 2, you should provide some sort of basic institutional information. What I mean by that is, like, where you go to school, what kind of program you're in, what year of said program you're in. That's sort of relevant so that the person you're talking to has a basic understanding of the context of where you're coming from, sort of what amount of experience you might have, and sort of how best to have the conversation with you. And then number 3, to sort of potentially jumpstart a conversation, you should say what kind of things you're interested in. So by way of example, you could remember back to what I said 5 minutes ago, like, hi, I'm Joe Cutler. I'm a 4th-year PhD student at the University of Pennsylvania. I work with Benjamin Pierce on type systems and functional programming. That was sort of very rehearsed and canned because I rehearsed it and canned it as a line for this talk. But that kind of introduction is a great way to introduce yourself. Another thing I want to say about this is there's really no reason to be too formal with your introductions. Just say hi and say who you are. You don't sort of have to have a 5-second canned thing that you say to everybody. These are just some relevant points: add, remove, subtract, divide, other arithmetic operations, I guess. Okay, now that we know how to introduce ourselves, it's practice time. It's early in the morning, we haven't met each other yet. Turn to the people around you, introduce yourselves, go. Leo, can you give me some more water? I'm dying up here. Thank you. Thank you. I could just let him go. I could just let him go. I'm out of here. All right, let's come back. Okay, wonderful. Now you have some practice introducing yourselves. That worked remarkably well. I was expecting so much more tentativeness. Y'all are very outgoing. This is great. Maybe I didn't have to explain how to network. You guys are pros already. Okay, so other than inside this room, with all of these people that you've just met, where are these people to network with? I've just, claimed that there's a whole lot of people that come to POPL, but I don't know, looking around, there's like 50 of you. So where is everybody? The answer is out in the hallway. Well, maybe not literally right now, but in general, during the conference, people during all times of the conference, even when there's talks going on, are going to be hanging out in the hallway, having all sorts of interesting conversations. And so basically at any time during the day, if you're feeling social, like you want to have conversations and do the networking thing, you should head out to one of the, I guess, 2 hallways on the 2 different floors, or depending on how this all shakes out, and go chat with folks. So when people are talking out in the hallway, they'll sort of naturally form into little conversation circles, right? If there's like multiple people having a discussion, then sort of like physically and like, they form a little bubble so everybody can see each other and hear each other. These are sort of colloquially known as conversation circles. And you should absolutely feel free to join a conversation circle if it seems inviting. So if there's a little gap in the circle that somebody's opened up for somebody else to come in, or if everybody's body language is very relaxed and they seem like they would be totally welcome to have somebody jump in, you should absolutely feel free to just join any conversation circle that you see. When you join a conversation circle, be polite about it. Don't just sort of clobber the current topic of conversation and start a new one. Listen to what's going on. Learn what they're talking about. But if you have something to contribute to the current conversation that you've joined, totally feel free to just jump in and contribute to the ongoing conversation, right? Just because you've joined a conversation halfway doesn't mean you have to not participate in it. It just means you shouldn't necessarily change it. That being said, if there's a lull in the conversation and the topic that they're talking about sort of dies down, now is a great time to just, out of nowhere, introduce yourself. When there's a lull, say, hi, I don't think I've met most of you, by the way, my name is, and then you can do a little introduction, right? Okay, this is a great thing. I like to jump into conversations all the time. The other thing that I want to say is, don't be afraid of the faculty. There will be all sorts of conversation circles, some of which consist of just PLMW attendees, where you're all sort of hanging out because you've already made friends and you don't want to talk to each other more. But then there are going to be some conversation circles that consist entirely of senior researchers, and that might seem kind of intimidating to jump into. And I want to try to convince you, although I know it'll take probably years of coming to conferences until you are actually truly convinced, that you should feel just as comfortable jumping into one of these conversation circles full of distinguished faculty members as you do other PLMW attendees, okay? There is no rule that a group of researchers is only for researchers and a group of grad students is only for grad students. You should feel totally free jumping into any conversation circle that you wish if the conversation sounds interesting and they seem like they're not having some kind of private side chat. Okay? You should also talk to me. I'll be around the conference all week. I'm fun to talk to, I think. Hopefully that's kind of why they've invited me, is that I'm not that scary. I want to meet all of you. I'm really excited that you're all here. If you're interested in type systems or functional programming or property-based testing or distance running or literally anything else, one of those is not like the other, I would love to meet you. Yeah, so if you see me in a conversation circle, this is open invitation to come join and like introduce yourself. Okay, great. So now you've gotten yourself into a conversation. What is there to talk about? Well, obviously you can talk about things related to programming languages. That is the glue that binds us all together here. It's why we're here at this conference. So you can certainly have conversations in your conversation circles about PL stuff. But you can also talk about not PL stuff too. You do not have to spend all week only discussing details about research. Nice. What song was that? Oh, okay. I want to find out what Leo's ringtone is. Oh. You do not have to spend all week just talking about programming languages research. If you realize that there's something that you and your conversation partner or the group have in common, that you all like the same TV show, or you read a similar book recently, or you share a hobby, or you all love to knit, or you like modern art, please, feel free to talk about that as well, right? This is both just a fact about the conference, that it will be exhausting if the only thing that you're talking about all week is like details of work, but also that on a broader level, because networking is, building relationships with people, the relationships that you build will be stronger if they're built on things that are not just founded entirely exclusively on, oh, we both like Haskell, right? So, feel free to have interesting conversations about other things that you and your conversation partners find interesting as well. Okay, so historically, the talk that is this talk, the How to Do the Conferences talk, includes a list of conversation starters. And I really, really like this tradition. These ones I have stolen entirely from the previous givers of this talk. These are not my creations. But I really do think that conversation starters are actually kind of an important part of the conference experience, because sometimes you'll walk up to somebody and you realize you have absolutely no idea what you want to talk to them about. So here's a small list of canned conversation starters that you can use. 1, what are you working on right now? Basically, everybody at this conference will have some kind of research project going on, and if they don't have a research project, they probably have some kind of hobby project that they're interested in too. Everybody loves to talk about what they're working on, so a great way to get somebody talking is, what are you working on right now? And then they will, talk your ear off endlessly about it, and then you can ask questions, and now you've got a conversation. You can also start conversations predicated on sort of using the frame of the conference that you're both currently at, saying what talk are you looking forward to the most? This is not only a great way to get people talking about the conference, but also a great way to learn about which talks people are excited to go to, so that you can sort of start to build a mental list about, what talks have buzz around them, and which talks you're interested in, potentially interested in going to. Similarly, you can say, what's your favorite talk you've seen so far? When you get an answer to this, either you also saw the talk and it was probably great, and so you can both talk about how great that talk was and how much you loved it and how much you learned about it, or you didn't see the talk, and so now you've got one to write down and go watch on YouTube when the talks get posted later. Okay. Another really good conversation starter is, and this one only works if the person you're talking to recently gave a talk, but you can ask, what's something you wish you had time for in your talk? Why is this a great question? Well, writing a conference talk, we have some rainbow going on. I don't know if that'll be visible in the YouTube, so it'll seem like I just had a little moment there. Right. Writing a conference talk is an exercise in taking a 25-page research paper of incredibly complicated technical material and cramming it down into 20 minutes of reasonably understandable material for an audience. And that is a process of leaving a ton of extremely interesting stuff on the cutting room floor. There is no way to write a talk without not talking about lots of interesting things. And so every single speaker at this conference who gave a talk about a paper will have so many things that they wish they had the opportunity to talk about in their talk. And so if you liked the talk and you want to hear more, this is a great way to get them talking about more things. And then, of course, you don't only have to talk about PL things, so your conversation starters can be anything else, I don't know, what is the correct ratio of cereal to milk? Or are hard-boiled eggs valid? I don't know, pick a random question, start a conversation with that. Okay. Logistical point. you need a website. I'm very serious about this. You are going to meet a lot of people. All of the faculty in the audience are nodding. You are going to meet a lot of people at this conference. So conversely, a lot of people are going to meet you at this conference, and then they're going to go home, and they're going to think, oh, there was this great person that I met. I remember vague, like, institutional details of who they were, because they included Joe's number 2 point of how to introduce yourself. How do I find them? And they're going to Google whatever they remember. And if you don't have a website, they're not going to be able to find you. They're not going to be able to write to you to follow up on whatever you talked about. So you need a website. It needs to be Googleable, and it needs your contact information on it so that they can reach you after you're done. This is not like urgent. You shouldn't run back up to your hotel and go build a website right now. You don't have to do it during this week. You don't have to do it on the plane ride home. But sometime reasonably quickly after you're done with this conference, you should make that, if not a website, you have some Googleable web presence that is not a LinkedIn page. That doesn't count. Okay? Great. So hopefully I've convinced you that networking is good and that you should do it and that it's not that, not that scary. But so far, maybe it sounds potentially a little bit boring. Like, is networking just standing around in a circle, sipping the burnt conference coffee that you get at every conference? And I'd like to convince you that absolutely not. Networking is so much more than that. In particular, you should go explore with people, right? Get out of this hotel, go for a walk, go to a museum, go to a park, go find a coffee shop, go do literally anything else, and make sure you go do it with people, okay? This is a 100% valid thing to do during conferences, and in fact, it's my absolute favorite part. So here are some pictures of interesting things that I've seen at conferences. You're in a cool new place. Most of you probably don't live in or haven't been to Denver. Go explore. And make sure you go do it with people, right? That's part of the social aspect of this conference, is getting out of the confines of the conference hotel, going to see things around town. Here are some vague suggestions. I don't know, I found these on Google Maps. They seem reasonably well reviewed. That's a park. Actually, a long time ago, I saw videos on YouTube of people like kayaking at this park. There's like a kayak rapid. It's very cool. Larimer Square seems historic and cobbly and cool. And the Denver Art Museum, my advisor says is good, and I trust his art takes. Okay, you should go do these things, and you should do these with people if you have the social energy too. Like, leaving the conference and doing non-conference things is a 100%, please believe me, valid use of your time here at the conference. Okay. And then you should continue the conversation at dinner. So social dinner is actually a very important part of the conference experience. So at SIGPlan conferences, lunch is provided for you. Breakfast is usually, there's sort of like some kind of bits and bytes most of the time. But dinner is on you. And this is actually a really wonderful opportunity that you can take to continue the conversations that you've had all day during the conference by grabbing a bunch of people, going out, finding a restaurant, and continuing the chat over dinner. This is also one of my favorite parts of the conference, because I love food. Okay, some logistics about dinner. Make sure you understand how you're paying for dinner. Some of you may have been sent by a faculty member who will be reimbursing you for dinner. Some of you might not. You should make sure that you understand if you're being reimbursed for dinner, and if you are, how that works. Like, who is reimbursing you, if anybody? Do you have to keep receipts for that? What's your budget? Just make sure you understand these things so you don't sort of blindly go out with a group and accidentally end up at a restaurant that's way beyond your price range, or accidentally throw out a receipt that you really, really needed to keep to get reimbursed for that dinner. The other thing that I want to say logistically about dinner is there's this thing that I like to call the Katamari Damacy problem. How many of you have heard of this game before? Small show of hands. Okay, that's pretty good. So for those of you who don't know, Katamari Damacy is a game where you play as a little being, and you roll around picking things up, and things get glommed onto the ball, and it gets larger and larger, and as you roll over things, more things get glommed onto the ball. This is very much the experience of trying to leave the conference with a group of people to go to dinner. So you will grab some friends, and then you'll walk out the door, you'll sort of go towards the door, but then more friends will join you, and then more friends will join them, and then by the time you're out the door, it's a group of 25 people, and you'll never get a seat at any table anywhere in Denver. And this, I'm sort of saying as, haha, it's a joke, but also, like, this is kind of a socially fraught situation. You may want to make sure that people's feelings don't get hurt, because everybody has different priorities from what they want, what kind of food they want, who they want to eat dinner with, etc. And so I just want to make sure that, like, because dinner is so unstructured, just be kind and flexible with everybody's needs, like dietary restrictions, and there's a lot of there's a lot of nights at POPL, and you'll be able to have, hopefully, dinner with, at the restaurants you want to with all the people that you want to. Okay. On that note, I also want to remind everybody to please be a good person. Networking is fundamentally, I think I've convinced you, fundamentally just about social interaction. And all social interactions are with other people, and other people deserve to be treated with kindness and respect. Sometimes in contexts like this, the speaker will say something like, please remember that this is a professional setting and you should act accordingly. But I really would like to imagine that all of you treat people with kindness and respect in unprofessional settings as well. That being said, if at any point during the conference you feel like you've been treated unkindly or without respect, I'd like to point you to SIGPlan Cares. SIGPlan Cares is an organization, a committee of senior folks in this community that you can go talk to if you've witnessed or experienced harassment or discrimination at a SIGPlan conference. The two representatives of SIGPlan Cares at this particular conference are Stephanie Wyrick and Alessandra Silva. And if you decide to go speak to a SIGPlan Cares member, the thing that you talk about is confidential between you and the particular SIGPlan Cares member that you talk to. That being said, you shouldn't just talk to Stephanie and Alessandra about SIGPlan Cares related things. They're both like absolutely stellar researchers, and you should go talk to them about their research as well. If you're interested in like dependent types in Haskell, you should talk to Stephanie. If you're interested in like coalgebras and Kleene algebras and other kind of algebras, you can talk to Alessandra. They both have really interesting things to say on research in general as well. Okay, so research. Speaking of research, that's what this conference is really for. We're all here to watch research talks. So I want to take a bunch of time for the rest of this talk to talk about research talks. So when I first started watching research talk, coming to conferences to watch talks, I think I had two basic questions. One, which talk do I watch? Like, there's a lot of talks. Which talks should I watch? In particular, there will be two talks at any given time. How do I choose between them? And two, how do I even watch a talk, right? It seems like it's a new kind of thing for me. How do I do it successfully? But of course, we're computer scientists. We start at 0. So really, there's a 0th question that you all really actually should be asking, which is how many talks should I watch? And this is even a question because the answer is not all of them. You absolutely should not spend all of your time at this conference watching talks, both because then you won't have any time for the networking, and then also because it's really exhausting. There are, by my count, 82 talks at this POPL, which means that by my math, there are 13 hours of watchable talks. Watching talks is very tiring. If you try to spend all 3 days of POPL watching as much of the 13 hours of talks that you can, you will be utterly exhausted and not get that much out of it. So I think I thought very hard about this number. I think a reasonable rule of thumb is to spend about 40% of each day not watching talks. Okay, this is absolutely not a hard and fast rule. Adjust it up, adjust it down as you find your tolerance and for talk watching varies. But I think that this is a reasonable rule of thumb. About 45% of each day not watching talks. During that time, you should be spending it either networking or away from the conference, relaxing, trying to get some R&R because this is all quite tiring. Okay, so that's the answer to question 0. Not all of your time, and I don't know, say 40% of your time not watching talks. By the way, I asked a bunch of people about this percent number to try not to say something totally off base, and I got a very wide range of responses. As low as 30%, as high as 70%. So I think that's totally reasonable. Find what works for you. Okay. Which talks should you prioritize, right? There's a lot of talks. Which ones should you prioritize? Okay, first, go to all the PLMW talks, please, today. These talks the ones today have been very carefully catered and very carefully curated for you here in this audience. The organizers, as well as the speakers, have put in a ton of work to make sure that these talks are accessible to you where you are. And so you should, if you can, try to come to all of them, because I think that they're all really valuable. I went to PLMW. It was an incredibly valuable experience to me. Even though this room is really quite warm, you should try to sit here all day and listen to everybody speak. Okay, also keynotes. At SIGPlan conferences, there are usually some number of keynotes. I believe there are 2 at this POPL. You should make time to go to all of the keynotes. This is for 2 reasons. One, they're usually sort of more more approachable than your default research talk because they sort of start further back, requiring less background in the subject. And then also sometimes they sort of become a focal point of the rest of the conference itself. More people will have watched any particular keynote than watched a particular research talk. And so the probability that a particular person that you're talking to has seen one of the keynotes is quite high. And so that's sort of a great focal point for conversation for the rest of the conference. And then sometimes, like, keynotes really do make a splash, and you might feel bad if you had missed it. Not to make a FOMO argument, but like sometimes you might FOMO about a keynote. Okay, other talks you should prioritize. Talks for distinguished papers. Some number of papers published at POPL every year get sort of awarded with a special distinguished paper badge, and we all clap for them because they did great. Distinguished papers are a mark both of the quality of the work and the work's sort of relevance to what the community cares about right now. And so the talks are usually reasonably good, and they also are talks about things that the community cares quite a bit about, sort of definitionally by the fact that they've gotten the award. And so, I would highly recommend trying to go to as many distinguished paper talks as you can. Another, talks you should prioritize is just sort of talks with buzz. As you go around the conference, people will be talking about the talks that they're excited about. And some of them, you'll hear a bunch of times, maybe because, oh, this is a really exciting paper, they solved a big problem, or, this is such cool research, or this person is a great speaker. Any of those things are super valid reasons to go to the talk. Similarly, that's very small. It is valid to attend a talk just because there's buzz around it. You don't have to retcon a reason that you're interested in it. If people tell you this is worth going to, then you should totally go. Okay, so how do I watch a talk? Now that you know sort of which talks you should watch and how you should do it, or how often you should do it, how do you do it? First thing I want to get across is that watching talks is very, very different from going to lectures and watching lectures. So all of you are sort of late stage undergrads, early stage grad students, which means that you're probably pretty good at this point at going to lecture and watching lectures, or at least I hope you go to lectures. You should be going to lectures. When you go to lectures, you're expected to kind of understand what's going on. It's being presented to you in such a way that the teacher has worked very hard that you to make sure that you understand what's going on in the lecture. And the reason for that is that it will be on the test. When you're at lecture, the things that you're hearing, you will probably be tested on later. And so for that reason, you should be taking notes on everything. This has turned into how to do school. But none of this matters here because you should not be treating research talks like this. In particular, when you're watching a research talk, you're not necessarily expected to understand all of it. As I'll talk about in a second, talks go from sort of very broad to very narrow, and at some point you'll probably get lost, and that's entirely fine. And the reason that's fine is because there's no test. Nobody is going to be testing you on any of the material that you learn here, and so if you get lost at some point during a research talk, it's not a big deal, and you shouldn't be stressed about it. So, talks get complicated pretty fast. Here's a little cartoon graph I've made of the mean audience understanding versus talk time. Depending on the particulars of the talk, this curve might be sort of higher or lower. But usually, the percentage of the audience's understanding drops off quite rapidly as time goes by, starting with some kind of, everybody hopefully understands something about the motivating example, all the way to we're talking about relatively low-level technical details by the end. And it's potentially, it's not always like this, but it might just be, a talk that is, at that point, being focused on the 3 experts in this field that the speaker wants to get a message across to. Okay? So this is kind of a daunting experience. You'll hear more about how to successfully give talks later in this conference and later at PLMW. But many of the talks that you see will end up feeling kind of like this. So I want to give you sort of a goal, a mission for the rest of POPL to try to make going to talks feel more manageable. Your goal for this POPL should be to learn exactly one thing from each talk. Okay, just one thing. If you can learn exactly one thing from each talk, then you go to 20 or so talks. Then you learn 20 things at POPL, which is a really good track record for 3 days. Okay, and what kind of things should you be learning? Right, that's sort of nebulous. What is a thing? Well, there is sort of a spectrum of valid things to learn at POPL. at a particular POPL talk. One thing that you can learn that is a totally legitimate one thing to learn from a talk is the existence of a particular area of research. So if you go to a talk and you're like, oh, I didn't know that was the thing you could do research on, that is a totally legitimate thing as your one thing to take away from a talk. And in fact, that's an incredibly valuable thing, because maybe you've just realized that's what you want to do the rest of your life working on. All the way up to the other end of the spectrum is perhaps your one thing is some very small technical details that you've happened to understand from the talk. Usually, the one thing that you learn will be somewhere along this spectrum, and all things along this spectrum are totally valid things to learn. Okay. Some other examples of things that can be your one thing that you learned are the problem the paper is solving. Maybe you've just managed to understand what the problem is and what it is that they're solving. Maybe you don't understand how they've solved it, but at least now you've learned what they've solved. A new mathematical technique, maybe you've learned that, oh, there are applications of differential geometry in programming language. I didn't know that was true. I have no idea if that's true, but it would be interesting if it was. That kind of thing is a great, great thing to learn from a single POPL talk. Maybe the thing that you learned is you've now understood the motivating example of the talk, right? They've presented some interesting, weird piece of programming that you didn't know was true before or was possible before, and now you've learned that. A thing you might learn is a fun fact about a programming language. I did not know that you could do that in Haskell. Or you could learn a not so fun fact about a programming language. Oh God, I did not know JavaScript did that. Okay, so I think that I got advice like this relatively early on in my career, and it was great to hear, and it helped me for my first few conferences, but it sort of left a nagging question in the back of my mind, which is, okay, that's great, I can learn one thing from each talk, but when and how will I ever understand an entire talk? Like, presumably, eventually I'm going to be expected to understand entire talks, right? And the answer to this is you will, eventually, by watching lots of talks. These one things that you learn from each talk slowly compound over a couple of years of going to conferences and watching conference talks until one day, without warning, you will realize to your horror that you have understood an entire conference talk uninterrupted. That day will come for all of you, I promise, but there is nothing you can do to make it come faster other than going to a lot of conference talks and watching them. Okay, so I've just said that, watching talks is a skill. You can sort of practice to get better, and eventually you'll get better. But also earlier I said you shouldn't spend all of your time at this conference watching talks. So how do I bridge that gap? The answer is YouTube. Because watching talks is a skill, you can just practice at home to get better. I think that a really valuable thing is to go to the ACM SIGPlan YouTube channel when sometime later after this conference is over, maybe it's a month from now, and go watch talks from all of the other SIGPlan conferences. This is a great way to just practice your talk watching skill, learn about problems that people are solving, learn about solutions that people propose to these problems. I actually personally, and this is my hot take, and the faculty in the room may disagree with this, I think that watching YouTube videos of talks is a totally valid way to spend a weekday of work. I will frequently, if I don't want to write code or don't want to read papers or don't want to do something else that I probably should be doing, I just spend 6 hours watching old ICFP talks, and I learned so much, right? Like, this is a great, great use of your time. Highly recommend. Okay, so we've learned about how to watch talks. We've learned about how to network. What else should we be doing during POPL? Well, you should really be taking time to make sure that you take care of yourself. Conferences are extremely tiring. Both the networking and the watching of talks are physically tiring activities, and at the end of each day you will be really drained. And you will probably want to keep going because there are lots of other exciting things going on. I want to make sure that I get this message across. Please make a good night's sleep a priority. Whatever that means for you. For me, it means I need 8 hours of sleep. Maybe you need 10. Maybe you're one of those magical people who can get by with 4. Whatever it looks like for you, please make a good night's sleep a priority. Actually a good night's sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you the next day when you wake up feeling reasonably refreshed. And otherwise, you'll just sort of tail off as the end of the conference and become a zombie by the end of it. Okay. At night, while you're sleeping, is not the only time that you should be resting, by the way. During the day, you should totally feel free and make plans to take time away alone from the conference to recharge. Maybe for you that looks like going up to your hotel room, going to your hotel, taking a 45-minute nap. Maybe it looks like just listening to some music in a quiet corner. Maybe it looks like going for a walk without people, going to a coffee shop without people, right? Please try to reserve some time for yourself during this conference, because it's very easy to get totally overstimulated by spending all of your time watching talks and doing networking. The other thing I want to say is that you should try to keep some of your usual routine. So maybe you're the kind of person who needs to watch an hour and a half of television before you go to bed. Maybe you need to read books. Maybe you're a person who likes to knit. Maybe you need to lift. Whatever it is that you do on a daily basis that isn't computer science, that sort of keeps you happy and healthy, please try to keep doing that. Your body and your mind will thank you. The reason for this is not just sort of generic health, like being healthy is good and keeping a routine is good. Part of this is that the less of a hard break coming to this conference feels like from your normal everyday life, the easier it will be on your body and your mind. So the more you can sort of import from home to your daily routine, the more you'll be able to get out of the conference-specific aspects of this. For me, this is running. I love to run. I run every morning. It was way too cold to run outside, so I was in the gym. But hopefully once it warms up, I'll get to go explore Denver. Whatever this looks like for you, please make sure to do it. The last thing on this line is eat enough food. Your body needs fuel. Conferencing is genuinely a really physical activity. Oh, that's a Danish, or like a pastry that I got in Copenhagen at PLDI. It's the greatest thing I've ever had in my life. Don't even remember what it was called, unfortunately. Anyway, I frequently get 10,000 steps just wandering around the conference, and that's significantly more than I get just sort of sitting at my desk writing code all day. So make sure that you take your breakfast, lunch, and dinner seriously. Last thing that I want to mention about taking care of yourself at conferences is that conferences are in some ways sort of the worst case scenario for imposter syndrome. You are definitionally surrounded by the people who are sort of the most successful in the field. These are the people around here who have published papers at POPL. That's why you're here. And so either you're here and you haven't published a paper at POPL, like me, I did not publish a paper at this POPL, and you feel a little bit like a fraud for being here because the PLMW organizers just invited you. Why the heck are you even here? Oh, that was a little too real. And or you did publish a paper at this POPL, but you still feel like a fraud because you know all the problems with your paper, but everybody else's paper is so wonderful, but actually you just don't know the problems of their paper. This is actually really quite challenging, and a lot of people I know really struggle at conferences to try to sort of keep peppy as they realize that everybody else is doing really incredible research that you wish you could be doing too, but you're only one person, and there's so much interesting stuff going on out there. This is not just me saying this. I talked to a whole bunch of senior faculty, very respected faculty members while building this talk, and many of them said that they, to this day, struggle with imposter syndrome at conferences. So on that note, please be kind to yourself while you're here. We're so excited to have you here. It's really, really great. And on that note, welcome to POPL. Thanks. Questions?
I know that research talks are not lectures, but do you recommend taking notes at all? And if you recommend taking any notes, in what way, and what would you recommend noting?
I would recommend taking notes to the extent that you can remember that you watched the talk, right? If there, a word about typed macros in a racket, right? Or whatever, just if that some note that you can remember that this was interesting to me, or even just the thing that the presenter said. All of the talks will be posted on YouTube reasonably quickly after the conference, you can actually go back and watch the live stream. So there's no real reason or need to take particular copious notes about technical details. And even then, you can just go read the paper as well, which then you should take notes on the paper. But I really think that talks go by too quickly to be writing down everything that's on the board. And so just sort of, if it helps you, little notes to the effect of, I found this particular word or set of words interesting and I want to remember them.
Thank you.
Do you have anything to say about how to ask questions at a talk? Or is it the province of talk understanders and we shouldn't be worried about that yet?
So first, great question. You've asked that question very well. Yeah, so asking questions is not merely the providence of the ones who understand the talks. You should absolutely feel free to ask questions, clarifying ones, whatever. If you're wondering, somebody else is probably wondering the thing as well. The main thing that I want to say about asking questions is that you should make sure that you think of exactly what your question is before you go up, and try to keep it concise. It is hard for a speaker to try to extract a question from a rambly speech about the talk, and then also try to keep questions to questions as opposed to this is more of a comment than a question. That is a meme for a reason. So ask questions. Another thing, by the way, is if you really want to ask a question, but don't feel the confidence to go up in front of the entire room and ask it, you can just go ask the speaker after the talk. So certainly if it's the last talk of the session, you can just go up to them, or you can just go find them in the hallway later after the conference. Speakers are excited to talk about the work that they've done, and so you should feel totally free to just talk to them about their the Q&A of a paper is not limited to the formal Q&A session after the talk.
So I go ahead and then try networking, right? So I just join some open circuit, and then like after 1 minute, I realize I have no idea what they're talking about. Then I sit there and I'm quiet and I'm listening, and then turns 5 minutes and I still have no idea what they're talking about. At what point do you just make a cut, right? Like leave and not make it awkward?
So just like you can join a circle, you can also leave a circle, right? Like there is no shame in realizing this isn't that interesting to me and simply dipping, right? If you're an established member of the conversation, you can say, I've got to go, or I've got to go talk to those folks over there. Like, but if you haven't said anything, you can simply turn around and walk away, right? Like this is fine. Everybody does this. It's not too big of a deal. Especially if it's sort of a large circle. Don't just sort of dip in the middle of a conversation with like one other person that you're having a chat with. But if it's like a large conversation circle and you realize I don't know what they're talking about, you can go find another one. Like obviously this is like a judgment call, but like you should not feel trapped in a conversation circle that you're not participating in because you don't know what's going on. You can also, if it sort of quiets down, but you really want to know what they're talking about, you can say, hey, what was that you guys were talking about? I would like to understand. And there are always, people love to talk about the thing that they're talking about more.
We have time for like 2 more questions.
Okay, very nice take on networking. But I have a question also regarding this joining the circles, because I witnessed sometimes at conferences, you usually have like this group of people, like a lot of them, like subgroups, they already know each other, right? And they really know what they're working about, and then you have this quick, like in a coffee break, and so we have this quick clustering, and then the people they talk about deeply about that what they know, and then you're one of these random persons that kind of run around between and do not talk to anybody. Probably you already witnessed something like that, right? Of course, like one trick is to talk to somebody like to the other people like randomly running around. But what's your take on kind of joining these circles, right? What's a good way of approaching, right? Because usually like these people, they know each other, and you might be the person who doesn't know anybody there, and they already know talking of what they're talking about, like because they already talked about it 4 or 5 times, right?
So this is definitely a skill in and of its own right, I guess. I think the best way that I would say to join a conversation of people that already know each other is certainly if there's sort of an actual space in the circle. If they've left space, you should absolutely just slide in and stand there and listen. If it's sort of a closed circle, but it doesn't, like if they're sort of all shoulder to shoulder sort of whispering to each other, that's probably a good sign that it's a private conversation. But if the sort of body language seems more or less inviting, a thing you can do is you can sort of stand on the outside of the circle, and then somebody will notice you, and if it's sort of an open conversation, they're very excited to have anybody in, somebody will make a space for you, and then you can join, right? Sort of hovering on the outside of a circle is a reasonable way to join a conversation like that. Like in some ways
What should you not do at POPL?
What should you not do at POPL? Honestly, I think the main thing you shouldn't do at POPL is tire yourself out. Like if you get to like 10% physical battery, or like physical battery or mental battery, like it will be really hard to recover and get more out of the rest of the conference. So I think trying to like make sure that you're at a constant state of, able to talk to people and able to, to do things, then you'll have a much, much better time and you'll get more out of the conference than if you, sort of if you just sort of go crazy for one day and then burn out.
Awesome. On that note, let's thank Joe again. And in the rest of this session, before I do that, let's introduce the rest of the organizers. I'm Leo. I'm one of the organizers here at UMD. Andrew Hirsch from Buffalo, and Evan Chung from Boulder. He's our local correspondent, so if you have questions about Denver, he's probably the most apt person to answer them. And for the rest of the first session, we have organized a little icebreaker where everybody rolls
All right, everybody. I'm glad you're all having fun, but as Joe stressed the importance of the hallway track, we are now going on break time. So there is coffee upstairs. You will need to go to the left as you exit this room in order to get to the stairs. I'm being directed over there, so you watch him. Your airline attendant over there. Please make your way upstairs, grab some coffee, continue to talk with each other, continue just meet other people at the conference, and we will see you back here at 11 in 30 minutes. Can we check? We good? I'm kind of a loud talker. Maybe you want it a touch lower. I'm American. Yeah, feels good.
Okay.
No, the slide is not supposed to be cut off there, but look over there. It's going to be fine, I promise.
All right. All right. So, yeah, so it's 11 o'clock. Let's get started to the next session of PLMW. After Joe's excellent talk, you know how to ask questions and so forth. So now, let me give it away to one of the leading lights here in the PL community, Michael Greenberg, to tell us how to give a good talk.
Oh, goodness. Well, hello. Thank you for coming. I'm going to talk to you about how to give talks. But I want to start by welcoming you to POPL, the same way that Joe did. For many of you, it might be your first POPL. Welcome. Kind of fun. It's not usually this exciting with like the sprinklers, et cetera, but exciting things do happen. I wanted a quick show of hands. How many people have read a POPL paper? Okay, I'm going to call that very nearly 100%. I'm very proud of Ranjit, who raised his hand. Ranjit has read a POPL paper. That's great. So this is I have a weird question. Like, we've all read POPL papers. So, like, why are we here? Like, you could get the papers. The papers are often available before the deadline. If you're really earnest about it, you can go to archive and get the papers before they're even submitted to POPL. So, like, you could get all the details, all the juicy technical bits there. So, like, why are we here? We got networking for the food? No, I expect that from Derek, but not from you, Ranji. So okay, networking, right, it's cool to be around other people, but then, like, why are there talks at the conference? Like, we could just get together and network, but, like, we do this weird talk stuff. Why do we have talks at conferences? What are talks for? It's not rhetorical. Like, what are talks for? Yes, please. Okay, so talks can communicate information effectively. Okay, cool. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a good point. Yeah. Okay, so there's this argument that humans learn from spoken stuff better. I mean, the whole like learning styles thing has been pretty soundly debunked. But like, okay, yeah, it's nice. It's nice to hear that. Like, it's nice to hear stuff. Yeah, what do you got? They say it's an ad to read the paper. Ooh, I love this. So yeah, right. So this is an ad. A talk is an advertisement. This is right. Talks exist because they're a way for us to focus attention. They're a way for us to bring attention to our work. Right? We saw Joe's count 80-something papers. I know people who, you know, they sit down. They used to be sit down with the paper proceedings and they read the abstract of every single talk at POPL. And the people I know who do this have like crazy encyclopedic knowledge of what has happened, and they're great people to talk to for your references. But you may not be that way. I'm not wired that way. I can't do it that way. So talks are a way for you to figure out what you should be paying attention to. Talks are about capturing attention. Cool. Now, there's a problem. And I think fellow Columbia High School graduate Pras Michel put it best in the foundational Fuji's song, How Many Mics? You're competing for attention. POPL has 2 tracks of talks, right? And never mind all the workshops before, and of course the secret, most important hallway track. And there are other still further secret tracks one can unlock as you start to meet more people. More things are happening than are even happening in the hotel. This is a big human endeavor, a big human community, and competing for attention is hard. If you want people to pay attention to the work that you did, you have to convince them about it. You have to show them that what you did is valuable. Their attention is valuable, and they value it, and it is your job to make sure that they're willing to apply their attention to what you're doing. A good talk must communicate why it's valuable. If it doesn't, people won't care about what you did. Okay, so a good talk is a valuable talk, and we're going to use this value framework throughout my talk. But I think we can give more than just saying, oh, a good talk is valuable. What is valuable? We'll talk about that a little bit more at the end. I first want to talk about 3 things that I think every talk has to do to be a good or valuable talk. And after we talk about these things, we'll talk a little bit about technology and sort of the way that we make talks today. And then we'll return to this value framework, and I'll go well beyond my brief of how to give a good talk, and I'll just talk about value because I have the stage and I want to talk about it. Okay, make sense? Everyone clear what we're going to do today? So this is the 3 things a talk has to do. It has to inform the audience about what you've done. In our community, the norm is that your talk must educate or teach the audience something. And most contentiously, your talk must entertain the audience in some way. So let's dig deeper into each of these ideas. So in form, we already heard from this person over here that a talk is an advertisement. This is, I think for many people, a very uncomfortable thought. Right? Advertisement sounds like you're engaging in marketing or being deceptive or like having to be particularly capitalist about what you're doing. I mean, I've said the word value now probably a dozen times. Who is this guy? But in form advertising, it's the same thing, right? You've done something. You have some piece of work. You have achieved some insight. You've done something. For people to care about it, step one is for them to know about it. So like Joe mentioned in his talk of like how to POPL, that like, okay, you might learn about the existence of an area. Right? If you've worked in an area, part of your job is making sure people know and care and value that area. That's a thing that you have to do. So a good talk has to inform people about that. Now, there's a problem with that. And I think the way that everyone addresses this, Joe already talked about this, which is that a talk cannot be the whole thing that you did. Your paper is 20 pages, maybe 15,000 words, something like that. That's a lot, and you don't have that much time. So there's two sayings I've heard applied to this that I think help focus your efforts on how to produce the talk. The first is due to my advisor, Benjamin Pierce, and this is a Zen Buddhist koan. Koans are sort of like short stories or short phrases that are meant to point the mind towards enlightenment. And in this case, the phrase is, pointing at the moon is not the moon. I mean, what's great about koans is you can sound so sagacious when you say it. You can sound like an absolute genius. So I should first say this is really a Zen Buddhist thing. This is not a thing the Buddha said. But you can like read it from the teachings. Like it's in there. But in Buddhism, it's used to mean that like, look, you should not confuse the things we say about enlightenment with enlightenment itself. These are two different ideas. And okay, removing ourselves from Buddhism for a moment, a talk cannot be the actual paper. A talk is pointing at the paper. Your job is, it's deictic. Your job is to point out, here is this thing. Now, you can't point something out by being the whole thing. You have to select features of it to point out and features of it to leave out. Your talk is pointing at the moon. You want to point well at the moon, at the feature of the moon that will help people see the moon and want the moon for some reason, to value it. Another saying that I haven't heard many people say, but it comes from Jorge Luis Borges, is that the map is not the territory. Right? The talk is some schematic of here's what I've done, let me show it to you in this abstract way. The work itself is not even the paper on some level, I mean, depending on the kind of work that you do. But in any case, the talk is at several moves of abstraction from the actual work that you've done, and it's your job to sort of give people that map, give them the right level of abstraction so that they can know about it. There are two reasons why this is the case, why these sayings apply. The first is pure time. Like I said, you've got 20 minutes. Your conference paper is, let's say, 20 pages. In the new SIG-Plan format, you get about 15,000 words. If you just read that at like a decent clip, not at my like insane, why is this guy talking so fast clip? I'm sorry. This is like me actually going slow. I don't know. That'll take you about an hour and a half, somewhere around there. And like, can you imagine if that's how we did it? Like somebody gets up there and they take out their paper, and like whenever there's a figure, maybe they put it up, or maybe they'll just describe the figure to you. That'd be kind of fun. And they sort of just go through it. It, to me, sounds like the most inhumane possible way to communicate scientific results. There are academic fields that work this way. In the humanities, people will legit read a paper. To me, this is one of the deep ironies that the humanities have like the least humane way of delivering results to people. Whereas we're like, oh no, you've got to connect, you got to have slides, be dynamic. How interesting. I'm sure one could think a lot more thoughts about that. But the gist of it is you've got 20 minutes, so nah. You're not going to do it. You don't have time to talk about everything. That's the first reason. There's a second, like kind of fundamental reason, which is that people don't care yet. Right? Like, how could they? They don't know what you did. They have no idea what you've done, and they haven't read the paper. They might not even have read the abstract. They've seen the title, or they went into the session for something else. And now your talk's next. I'm like, all right, well, they're in. Why don't they stick around for a minute? So you have so little time to make somebody care about what you're doing. So this brings me to the first concrete rule that I'm going to give you, which is that you must motivate what you're doing at the absolute very beginning. Why should people pay attention? What is valuable about your work? What are they going to take away from this saying, gosh, good thing I stuck around for that whole talk? Because they don't have to. Okay, so what is valuable? This is, I think, sort of a core question. And we're going to talk a lot more about it in the end. But the most direct forms of value are things that I think just about everybody cares about. Money and other resources, power, control, human time.
safety, justice. There are other things you can put up here, but these are like the high-level concerns that if you go to like the person on the street, this is a thing that they're going to care about. If you can appeal to these, this is a thing that will appeal to people. Putting myself in your shoes, I remember how I would have responded to this as a grad student. I would not have responded well. I would have disliked this slide and disliked the speaker for saying these things. And that's fair. You don't need to like me. That's totally fine. Let's think for a second. Okay, power. What could PL possibly have to say about power? Like especially today, forget about it. I don't want to hear about this crap. I get that perspective. What are the high-level motivations of PL work? No, I don't want it from a professor. I want it from one of the students. What's PL work for? I don't think novelty is an end in itself. I think people want that to be true, and I don't think it's true. Yes?
Maybe some works focus on creating more efficient systems, so that's a time, like the human time aspect.
Love it, yes. Efficiency is a core PL value. There's a huge amount of work on programming languages about how do we do things efficiently. Efficiency addresses a bunch of things. It addresses resources. You spend less resources when things are efficient. It addresses control. It addresses power in the sense that when things run quickly, when things are fast, new avenues of opportunity open up to us. It addresses human time, probably the single most precious resource we have. So cool, efficiency is a core value. If you can make it clear that you're making something efficient, then people who care about that thing will care about your work. What else? Yes? Correctness, love it. It's like you are literally looking at my presenter notes. I love it. So correctness is, I think, maybe one of the other fundamental PL values, getting things right. Now, correctness addresses many of these concerns also. Correctness addresses resources. Incorrect results waste resources. It addresses control. You make sure you're doing exactly the right thing, no more, no less. And it can affect safety as well. Depending on the systems you work on, it can affect justice. What else?
Communication, expressiveness, like getting your idea into the computer.
Phenomenal. So the last one, these are literally the three that I had, and I love that we got them in the exact order that I have them, which says something very deep about community values, which we'll return to, and like how this works. So the last value I think that is the core PL value is expressivity, how we say things. And this affects control, and it affects human time. And look, the fact of the matter is it affects resources, but not always in the good direction. And often we think that's worth it because human time is far more precious than kilowatt hours. So these are the core PL concerns. If your talk is addressing one of these, efficiency, correctness, expressivity, then people can relate to that. Now, they'll care about the domain that it's in. You have to sort of position yourself appropriately. But you need to hit these beats very early. People need to understand what they're going to get out of it. OK. These very high-level things can be a little trickier. So there's another framing that I really like, which is the problem-solution framing. So something is impossible, we thought, but we can do it this way. This is great. This is a great result. People love this kind of stuff. Something is slow or inefficient or wastes resources, and we can make it good. Another great framing. Something is error-prone, but we can show how to detect, avoid, or prevent errors. Classic PL, that's type systems, right? Something is complex, hard to understand, difficult to use, but if you look at it slantways, we can see how to do it more simply. Another classic PL thing. And then the last one, this is my favorite. Something is correct. Guess what? It's not. Let me show you what's wrong with it, and then ideal world, best world, here's the right way to do it. This is the correct way to do these things. This is, I think, one of the greatest things that PL work can do, because fixing correctness, this is how we build this like scaffold of rightness on fallible human understanding. This is like the cool achievement that logic and programming languages and other formal fields have attained in the 20th and 21st centuries. It is amazing. Like David Hilbert would never. So like very, very cool. These are great framing. So can your work fit in one of these framings? If you can get this up front, you can say, this thing's wrong, here's how we fix it. This thing's slow, here's how we make it fast. People will care about what you're doing and they will value it. So you must begin here. You have to tell people what is the thing that is wrong? What is the thing that they believe in is a problem or is not there, is not all the way there, and how are we going to fix it? And the sooner they get that, the sooner they can decide that your talk is valuable. Okay, so that's what inform is about. It's about planting the seed of a value in your audience's mind. Can they see how this will be useful in any way? Step 2 is to educate. And this is specific to computer science in general and PL in particular. That this is, I think, a key value of our talks, and it's not necessarily true in other communities. But like, look, we're all in academia on some level for the same reason. We're dorks. That's like how we got here, right? So this is the name of the game. People want to learn things. This is like one of the essential dorky things that people have. This is how I got into it. So like, you got to teach them something. People want something to take away. So your work has some insight, something. I mean, maybe the novelty, the new thing, or maybe just a new way of looking. The thing isn't new, but the way of describing it is new. Or the understanding we can get from it is new, or the relationship to another thing is new. There's something there. Cool, and that's what got you the paper. That's awesome. But the key thing you have to think about for the talk is, what is the thing that you've realized that other people can profit from, can derive value from? What is the valuable insight? You've only got 20 minutes, so it's got to be in there. This has to be a part of your talk, and we're now running out of talk time, right? You've spent a bunch of time motivating what you're doing, situating it, explaining the problem, explaining the solution. Somewhere in there, you've got to sneak in, here's a new thing that you can take with you. Joe talked about, oh, if you can learn 20 things at POPL, that's a good run. And I agree, that is a good run. The best talks will always do this. They will give you something that you can take with you. And so the second rule I have is that you have to teach something portable. Portable here is kind of actually a stand-in for value. Portable means someone else could possibly care about it. They could want to take it with them. If the insight is only about your thing that only you use, then the community value around that's going to be lower, right? That's just your thing. What is the thing that they already care about that they can relate it to? Getting this kind of generality in the thing that you teach feels absolutely critical to me. This is what makes an audience member feel like they have gotten something valuable from your talk and that they'll take it away. So PL is a techniques field, broadly, not a problems field. So oftentimes the value that we provide is teaching something new about a technique. I think this is fine. This is, I think, a value in the PL community. But if you can teach something new about a whole solution space or a whole problem, I think that's even more valuable. But the high-level thing I want to show here is that you can't include all of the bits that you've discovered, all of the novelty that you have, all of the insight, all of the technical work. That can't make it in. So the bits that make it in might not even be the key technical result. It's the thing that someone can take, the valuable thing. That's what goes in your talk. Now, Joe had this slide of like mean audience understanding over time. And after the talk, he was like, you looked so angry my whole talk. That's actually just my resting face. I should play poker or something. But this slide, actually, I was angry at, because this sucks. This is not an appropriate outcome. Like, if this is happening, then I don't think that's a very good talk. Like, at the very least, it should dip back up. Right? Like there should be something where like, okay, fine, maybe I had to talk about something about a narrow technical domain of practice. Maybe my arch nemesis needs to hear a message for a second. And okay, now let's pop up and talk about technical results. Okay, that's fine, right? Everybody has their own agendas when they give talks. But it should not be hovering at the low bit. If that's happening, I think you're not getting all the value out of your talk that you could be, and you're not giving people the value that they could get, right? They're not going to value your talk. Like by the time you've hit like here, like they're on their phones, man. Like they're done. So you can't spend a long time there. So this may be descriptive, but it should not be normative, right? Like your talks should not do this. Okay, cool. Enough. Sorry, I got riled up. Okay, cool. So like, I should say, and this is I think maybe the most contentious point that I'm going to make about this, that like we are not just dorks. Like we're also people, and people like to have fun. And like, did you know that your talk could be fun? Like this is an option available to you. So like this is a controversial point because it seems frivolous. Like aren't we serious academics? Like don't we write papers in like the third person plural, or maybe not? Maybe if we're European, like not using contractions or the first person at all. Like, isn't that the way we're supposed to be doing it? I'm like, I guess. I don't think that's right. Like, if the human has to be left out of the academic endeavor or the computer science endeavor, the PL endeavor, then I want to be left out. Like, I don't want to be part of a PL community that doesn't value the humanity of the members of that community. And part of that involves respecting people's time and attention. And like, yes, there's an opportunity for this to be good to us in an immediate human way, to be entertaining. And to not take up that opportunity is to fail ourselves in some sense. That's the noble framing. Cool, that's like the, gosh, what a world we could have. The canny framing is, you are competing for attention. People could go to another session. They could just skip the session entirely. Entertainment, performance, is a tool that you can use to hold audience attention. A talk is a performance. It's a very particular kind of one with its own mores and norms and sort of ways that we do it, and there's rooms to push it. People do all kinds of funny stuff. Like any performance, your talk could be scripted or it could be improvised. That's all fine, but it must be practiced. It doesn't matter what kind of talk you're doing. You have to know what you're doing. You cannot be just figuring it out for the first time when you're up there. That is not valuing people's time. Okay, so like, how can you give a good performance? This is like the how to human aspect of this. Like Joe was like, how do you introduce yourself to people? And it's like, we're all adults, man. And now I'm saying, well, how do you perform for people? It's like, well, maybe you weren't a theater kid or don't have that theater kid energy, but there's like a lot of different ways to give a good performance. You can do it with humor. You can do it with sincerity. You can do it with just like fevered excitement. This is not my favorite one, but you can do it. You can do it calmly just by like nailing the pacing and timing and structure. Right? You don't have to be a showboater, but you can also do it riding on pure raw charisma. There's a lot of different ways to do it. Some of these ways might come to you more naturally than others. And you're just going to have to use your strengths. Like in the theater world, there's this idea that you have to find your clown. And I don't think you should find your clown for your professional talks. Like there should be no clowning. Like you don't want my clown up here anyway. Like it's not what you want. But you need to find your strengths. You need to find which of these approaches are going to be the ones that work for you. And like this may feel bad when I tell this to you. Like, oh, you're going to have to perform. Right? Like, none of those may feel natural to you. Like there's a broad stereotype of computer scientists as not having the most robust social skills. You may have heard this before. And so like, okay, like, oh, I got to use raw charisma. Like but that may not be you. That's fine. Whatever it is, you're going to have to practice. And if it doesn't come naturally to you, that means you're going to have to practice more. You're going to have to give a lot of talks. I mean, at conferences, okay, well, those are kind of rate limited. You're not going to get that many of those opportunities. So really, you want to be giving a ton of talks well before your first conference talk. If your first conference talk is your first talk, like that is nerve-wracking, and I'm sorry to point it out, but like that's rough. Like you want to have experience getting up in front of large groups of people. This is, I don't know, maybe 50, 60 people. A full POPL session could be 100 or more, depending on the topic. Like you want to be, if not comfortable, like able to stand up there and deliver the performance that you've practiced. And the way to do that is by performing all the time. So you need to find the regional workshops, you need to find the other groups you can visit, you need to make sure that you're giving talks in your group, you need to make sure that you're getting a bunch of different audiences and working with them and getting feedback from them and adapting. I think you can also practice by watching a lot of talks. I think watching is a great way to do it. I think it could be great to say, take the framework that I'm giving you here and apply it to the talks, not to Cuddling's talk next, but of course to other talks at POPL, to see like, well, how are they achieving these ends if they are? And then like, look, there's going to be talks that do a good job that don't apply my framework, and there's going to be talks that apply my framework, and you're still like, I definitely could have fallen asleep if I wanted to. So that's fine, but like you're going to want to watch and learn and think about, how could I do this? Put this on, can I wear these clothes? Can I do it the way that this person is doing it? You have to just do it a lot. I want to go a little deeper on that. Your talks in many ways are your public persona to the community. You're going to network like Joe told you to network. You're going to meet a bunch of different people in the hallway track. You're going to meet people at meals. You're going to meet people, whispering in sessions like, what does that even mean? What is that guy talking about? So you're going to talk to a bunch of people, but the people who will see you most, your most public persona, is you giving a talk. That is when you have the community's attention. We established this up front. This is why we have conferences, is so we can grab the whole community's attention. And so that means when you're giving a talk, that's when they are receiving information about who you are. If you pursue academia, you're going to give something called a job talk, which is like possibly one of the most condensed forms of anxiety that exists in the world. Because what is a job talk supposed to do? Obviously, you have to communicate strong technical content, show you're a good computer scientist. But you're also going to have to show that you'll be a good colleague. You have to show who you are. It's like you're very much trying to put yourself into a 60-minute package where you know in those 60 minutes you'll be getting hostile questions from people you've never met. So that's rough. You're going to want to be able to give a good job talk. And to do that, you're going to have to be able to give a good talk, and you're going to have to give a lot of talks. You're going to have to sort of build up that persona. But to return to what I just said, and every talk is a job talk. Every talk, the community is receiving information about who you are and what you do and how you do it. So it is very much incumbent on you to do that well. The community is going to receive it. And like, I mean, it's a rough word, but frankly, to judge you based on your performance. It's a thing they're going to watch. Your talks are, for the most part, you. I am so sorry to point this out. This is like the worst thing to hear, I think. They're like, oh, so you're telling me it's even higher stakes than I thought. Sick. So I'm very sorry to point it out, but I feel like I have to because it is a very true thing. Now, I'm going to say up front, people are gracious and people are realistic. Nobody expects a student's first talk at a workshop or at POPL or anywhere to be a bombshell, bringing down the house. Everyone's like, oh, how do we get more of that research? That's not anybody's expectation. But there is some expectation that you give a competent talk and that you improve over time, and people will notice people who give good talks. And that research, I think, gets cited more, gets interacted with more. I think that the benefits of speaking well are very, very real. So I think it's really worth investing the time to do it well, even if it's uncomfortable and even if it's not the thing that you want for yourself. If you want to be in this community, it is something that will help your stature in the community. The rewards are real. Okay, cool. So I've given this three-part framework of what a good talk does, what a valuable talk does. It informs people about the value proposition. What's broken, how do we fix it? What's impossible, how do we do it? So you start by telling people, what could you be getting out of this thing? What could the valuable thing here be? And then you literally deliver value in the talk by teaching them something. You give them something they can take home. They get a little party favor from your talk that says, oh, I didn't know you could do that with logical relations, or whatever it is. Something. And then lastly, you are going to entertain. You're going to perform. You're going to value their attention by doing a good job because you've practiced and rehearsed and are able to deliver the things to the best of your ability. And then you are giving them something valuable, that entertainment, that presentation, that performance. And you get to then, in exchange, hold their valuable attention. So all of this these are, to my mind, simply the consequences of treating the entire enterprise as about your talk should be valuable. Your talk should give someone something of value. Okay, so I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the technology we use to give talks, and then I'm going to talk more about this value framework that I have, because I'm mic'd up and I want to talk about it. Okay, so I have not until now really talked about the tools we use to give talks. Slides, the various remotes people have. People do all kinds of gimmicks. And I haven't done that because I honestly think it's just like, it's your business, right? A talk, like the slides for your talk, are pixels on the screen, and the way that you get them up there is your business, not mine. I have given good talks with Beamer, with Keynote, with PowerPoint, with Google Slides, with an Emacs buffer, straight out of a terminal, with a blackboard. I made these slides in LibreOffice Impress. Anything is possible if you believe in yourself. Now, are some of these easier than others? Yeah, I mean, Beamer, this could never be worth my time. I gave one solitary talk in Beamer, and I was like, I'm not going to write a program in the world's worst programming language to make my slides. I'm like, oh, let me spend 20 minutes looking up Tixie documentation to see how to move this 5 pixels to the left. It's like, that is a mouse action. But if that's how you want to spend your time, if that tickles your funny bone, good for you. It's just got to be good at the end. Nobody cares whether you did it in Beamer or Keynote or this or that. They care about what they saw and what they got out of it. Nobody cares. If you are going to do Beamer, please remove the stupid little controls from the bottom. Like, that part is embarrassing. Like, that needs to not be on the slides. Like, you have a PDF viewer, learn to use it, though nobody's clicking those buttons, just it's got to go. All right, anyway, okay, cool. So there's no shortage of advice on actual literal talk structure. And in fact, Neil Krishnaswamy, who's here, gave a talk, like the PLMW at POPL last year. He gave a lovely talk where it's a case study of one of his talks that he did in Beamer. And he sort of goes through like what's the reasoning of it. And I think you'll see there's a bunch of overlap with my framework. It's a little more nitty gritty. It's a little more focused on technical things. I disagree with him on a few points, but there's no arguing that Neil is a very effective presenter. And I saw the talk that he breaks down. And it is a good talk, even if it's not the way I would have given the talk. I can give some high-level guidelines. I think the highest level is the most important because at the end, for a performance like this, this is your performance, and you have to do it your way. Yeah, this QR code works, but it does go straight to YouTube, so make sure autoplay is off or your volume is down. Or whatever, we'll all get to watch his talk. Okay, so I have some patterns and I have some anti-patterns. So I think the first pattern is your slides should be nice. They should be pretty. They should be done well. And like things like, oh, the bullets aren't all aligned. Or like, oh, you have the same text on 2 slides, but it shifts over by 5 pixels. I noticed that. I don't like that. I find it very distracting. And like, is that petty? Hell yeah. But it's true. Like, make it neat. Like, when it's sloppy, it's just sending a bad signal. It's sending people, they're like, oh, it wasn't important enough to me to get these pixels right. I was like, oh, well, for me, it wasn't important enough for you to make it look nice for me. You didn't think I was going to, well, okay. Because it doesn't have to be pretty. The technical content's there. But like, you're making a statement about what you think is important, and I don't think that's the right statement. I think you got to make it clean. Next, I think you should use pictures, and things should be represented diagrammatically as much as possible. This just fosters human understanding. I think this is the nicer way to go. It's tough. We are a textual field. But think about it, like very, very often there's a diagrammatic way to explain it, and if you can do that, people will understand it better. And if they understand it better, they can value it. If they don't understand it, then you're in the hellhole on Joe's curve, right? You don't get the understanding, and then they can't care about a thing. They can't value a thing that they don't understand. And then lastly, ideally for like a PLCS technical talk, build slides that work even if you are not the one talking. Now, obviously this talk does not meet that criteria. This talk is like somebody mashing on their emoji keyboard. But this is not a PL technical talk. This is a different kind of talk. But ideally, you can make these slides something that anybody else can use, and then you put those on the website that Joe insisted you need to have so that other people can give presentations of your work using your slides in their groups and help spread your research and cite it and, you know, increase your stature in the community. This is, I think, a real important thing to do. There are some anti-patterns. There are things you should not do. Do not tell the story of the work, how you got to the answer. It could be that the missteps you had along the way are actually some of the portable insights. Like everyone thinks it would just work this way, but it doesn't. It can be a good insight. But nobody cares how you got there. Right? Like whenever, like it's like reading an artist statement where it's like, I don't actually care about the practice. Show me the sculpture. Like I don't want suspense. I want the answer. Tell me that it's going to be worth my while. I would say don't write a lot of text. If you can avoid text, I would avoid text. Certainly avoid bullets. I think bullets just create a bad feeling in people. Like the bulleted list, I just disapprove of. Like literally, you take the same talk and just remove all the bullets. I think that's an improved talk. Like it could be the same lines of text. Just it's like there's something about like I just used the default PowerPoint theme vibe that relates to not making it pretty. Where it's like it just feels low effort to me. Maybe just me. Do not screenshot your paper's technical material. It is a very, very rare case that the presentation in the paper of some technical fact is the right way to show it in a talk. Also, the fonts aren't going to match. You think I can't tell Computer Modern from across a room? Like I can tell. I can absolutely tell. So like, just write it out again, and as you're writing it out, you'd be like, oh, I can leave this bit out. Lie to people. Nobody cares. People expect to be lied to. They expect to be given the version that they can take away. Relatedly, this is maybe a bit of a hobby horse of mine, nobody needs your notation. Nobody needs the new. I'm sure you spent a great time writing the macros in LaTeX to get like beautiful little squiggles in math mode. Can you just use English or explain it diagrammatically? Like if I have to learn a bunch of new symbols to understand your work, how do I know that that's worth my time? A lot of people are here, we'll talk about this because of shared aesthetic values, but like, I don't think that's the right time. I don't think the talk is the time where this is really worth your while. Maybe it is, but like, I doubt it. And then finally, if you can, avoid judgments and inference rules. Is this the level of detail that you need to present your work at for it to be valuable to people? Maybe. Maybe you're doing some like super fundamental type systems work and it's all about one particular rule. But if it's not, like, nobody wants to see it. You got 20 minutes. You're going to spend that time explaining an inference rule? Is that really the best use of that time? I kind of doubt it. It could be. Is there a different way for you to show it? Diagrammatically, like positions on the page, what you learn, what you see. That's going to be better than an inference rule. Enough. So much for technology. We've talked about what a talk needs to do, and I've framed the whole time around this idea of value. You inform the audience whether the work is valuable, you educate them delivering value, you value their time, they give you their valuable attention. This is all exchanges of value. Let's talk a little bit more about what I mean by value. So I should start by saying that I got this framework not that long ago. I watched a video of this guy, Larry McInerney. This is the QR code for the video. I cannot recommend this video highly enough. He's giving a talk on writing to social scientists at the University of Chicago, and it's an amazing talk. Like watching the graduate students squirm in that lecture as he talks about value is itself its own joy, but also his ideas are phenomenal. He's talking about writing, but like that's not the point. Value is about everything we do. Every bit of work we do is about value. So like I cite Larry McInerney as the person who really opened my eyes to seeing all of my work through a value lens. But like I could just as easily cite Karl Marx or Adam Smith. Like this is the framework for understanding how these things work. And like I recognize that this smacks of capitalism and it's about to get worse, but let's get in there. The core issue is that value isn't just about money. We assign value to the things we care about. And it is a very, very hard truth that by default, people do not care. Absent any other information, people are not going to care about something. So you say, oh, there's a paper on this. Like, okay. I mean, the fact that it's in POPL, okay, there's some social signal there. I could be interested. But honestly, the average POPL paper, I'm not that interested in. This is rough, right? Like, we're all working really hard. You finally get the paper, and then, like, oh, a couple years later, you got like 3 sites. It's hard to make people care about what you've done. And that's like the academic's job, right? You do work, and then just doing the work isn't enough. Having done it doesn't count for anything. The actual work is the convincing people of things. Getting them to believe that what you've done is valuable. That's the actual work that an academic has to do. And then for us, well, there's community norms around what counts there. Like you have to get the technicalities right. You have to have a well-motivated problem. We're going to evaluate value according to some set of community norms, and that's how it's going to work. But this is what it's all about. Like every research paper has at the front a value claim. It says these contributions. And it says it's distilling in a couple of bullet points. Here is what is valuable about what I have done. Every paper does this or should do this. Because that's what the game is convincing people of things. But I want to drill down and say value is very clearly not just about money. I don't know if people have seen this. Oh, it's a little hard to read. But the gist of this chart, this is excerpted from Wikipedia, that by getting a PhD, you are giving up net life earnings. Did everybody in the room know that? People familiar with this? Or even getting a master's. Like you're giving up net earnings over your lifetime. This is sort of like well documented. Like you could just go be a software engineer, and you would, if what you wanted was to maximize income, you could do a good job, like with the intellect you have, with your ability, you work your way up to management, you're going to make more money than you will as a professor in expectation, as an industrial researcher in expectation. So the fact that we're all here is a very clear evidence that value is not just about money. If everybody cared only about money, this room would be empty and the hotel would have a different thing happening. Like we're all choosing to give up money in exchange for something else that we hold valuable. And it's clear we hold it valuable in common because when I asked at the beginning, what does the PL community care about, I was able to get my top 3 items in order from the room with I didn't plant that, that was real. We all care about those things. So that's why we're here. There's some shared value. So it's not maybe as bad as I made it out earlier that people are going to like sullen teenagers strolling into your POPL talk like, why do I got to listen to this now? Like no, they want to be there. They want it to be good. People want to get something good, and it's just your job to make sure that you give it to them. I recognize that putting this up, this is crass. Thank you. This is grim mercenary talk. I get that. But it's true. And there's a good spin that we're here because we care about the same thing. So if those are the things you care about, make sure that that's what you're doing. So you might be thinking, is my work valuable? What is my motivation? How am I contributing? And I think you should think very hard about that. I think also different communities have different values. And you should think very hard about well, what value is the work I'm doing contributing? And is that the value of the community that I want, or do I want a broader audience? If you feel like you want to address a broader audience, you need to address these broader needs. If your work isn't addressing these, then you'll only address the community that cares about the lesser value proposition, right? Whatever the value that you're delivering. This is something I also resented as a grad student. To me, this smacked of like this application versus theory dichotomy. And I got a PhD because I wanted to do theory. And I just like absolutely rejected anything tainted with the foul reek of application. Like, why would you spend time with that? It's so gross. See, how embarrassing. JavaScript is so bad. I don't know, way more people care about JavaScript and C than the lambda calculus. There's room for a lot of different stuff. But you have to think about what is my audience going to be. And then you have to be happy with the choice that you've made. So you're going to pick a kind of work to do that will contribute a certain kind of value. And then if that's the audience, then you're going to get the audience that cares about that. And that's something that you should be constantly reflecting on, because this value framework doesn't just inform the work that you have done, but it informs the work that you will do. You should think about the things that you value, and is the work that you're doing achieving the ends that you care about. And if you feel stuck with a small audience, if you feel like, I want to reach more people with my work, I want to influence the world in a bigger way, you can change what you're doing. Now, to be clear, rather than a theory-practice division, I much prefer thinking about things in a sort of problem-solution approach. And I think when you frame things this way, it's much easier to find big communities, because you pick a problem that a bunch of people have. And if your solution actually works, people will care about it if you can get them to understand why your solution works. Right? The more generally you can frame the problems, and plausibly you can frame your solution as a general solution, the bigger the audience you're going to get. And if that's what you wanted, congratulations. Right? If you're going to work on a technique, you're only going to get the community that cares about that technique, because people need context. Like if you have a new way of doing logical relations, that's going to be a tough sell outside of the community that knows logical relations well enough and to want new kinds of them. So you've kind of got to choose. Okay. I've given a bunch of advice, and I've given some concrete rules along the way. I should say that I've seen very effective talks break these rules. So don't over-index on this. Right? It's your performance, it's not my performance. I'm going to do it my way. I think this framework that I've given around value is really the right framework. I think the thing you have to think about when you're giving a talk is, how am I going to communicate what I'm doing is valuable? Because people are going to give me their literal, most precious, most valuable resource, which is their time and attention. The stakes of a talk are very high because people are trusting you with their time and attention. So don't waste it. So thank you for your time and attention, and I hope this has been valuable for you. Your mic is not on.
Yeah, so how do you organize value in your presentation? Like do you want to communicate value in the middle or towards the end? Is there like a flow or like a way that you want to guide your audience towards the value?
and provided not any guarantees just because it had one, as long as that vulnerability wasn't found and exploited. So I motivated this so much because this is the most technical slide of the talk, so bear with me, and if not, no worries, it will get high level afterwards. So here is how we actually define security in this setting. Still a bit by example and figures, but somehow an instance of our definition. So say you have this program formed of 3 compartments, C0, C1, C2, which are all compiled. So this down arrow is my notation for compilation. And then are linked together. This hat are their interfaces. OK, not too important. And then I'm running them at the target level, say machine code level even. And then I obtain this trace prefix M, right? This is about the I/O behavior of the whole program. Like how does the program interact with the outside world? This might be things like library calls, system calls, things like this. And now this was a target level execution, and I would like to explain this target level execution. So if my compiler was secure, right, if the compiler I used to compile these compartments and the linker and whatever, if the whole chain and the machine, if all of that was secure, I would like to be able to explain this execution as a sequence of compartment compromises that explains this trace prefix in the source language. And here is how it could look at. Like, for instance, there could be some prefix of this execution trace M1 that ends up in undefined behavior in some compartment C1. So I run my program, say, in a source level interpreter, right, in a source level semantics. And it runs for a while, receiving the same inputs, producing the same outputs, right? This is what this M is about, until, I had undefined behavior, and now the source level semantics doesn't tell me anymore what's going on. And this, in fact, you would get, like this step, you would get just by the compiler correctness theorem of ComCert. So the compiler theorem, correctness theorem of ComCert would, if you would use like a verified compiler like ComCert, would tell you that, well, up to the first undefined behavior, the program has to produce the same trace as in the target. And this already captures a bit of this temporal aspect that the program still receives protection until compromised, but it doesn't capture the spatial aspects of just compiler correctness wouldn't capture the spatial aspect because, well, then all bets would be off. You wouldn't be able to explain the rest of the trace. So now what's new in the definition is that we have a way to explain the rest of the trace, right? In particular, we will take this compromised compartment C1, throw it away, and replace it with arbitrary source code A1 that now, well, can do arbitrary things, right, because it got compromised. It can try to compromise other compartments. And, well, let's say it succeeds, but it succeeds after running for a longer prefix of the trace M, like M1, M2. So in a way, I'm providing an explanation of a larger piece of the trace until another undefined behavior happened. It cannot be in A1 anymore, but it can be in the other compartments. For instance, A1 managed to compromise C2, right? And if this happens, well, we replay the same game again. We replace C2 with some arbitrary A2 until we are able to produce the same trace. So in this example, it happened after just 2 steps, but you can also imagine that the only explanation you can provide is that the attacker took over your whole program, right? It can also be an explanation. But the nice thing about it is it's given entirely in terms of the source level semantics and this sequence of compromises, right? And the compromises are really done by an attacker that gives you bad inputs, either from the outside, right, via this trace M, or, well, via the high-level interaction between the compartments, like calls and returns and passing arguments and passing really long strings that overflow buffers or stuff like that, right? It's a high-level explanation that's not about, well, low-level attacks, compartment writing some other compartment's memory, right? It's not about low-level attacks. It's just about, well, attacks that can happen in the source, pretty much. However, with these situations in which you replace compartments with arbitrary code, right, when they get compromised. So this is how we define this. For lack of time, I won't get into much more detail, but one thing we proved in a paper a while back is that this can be reduced, so this is implied by a variant of robust safety preservation. So this idea of taking something and replacing with something else in the source, something that was, well, compiled over here and replacing it here with something in the source, this had exactly the same flavor, right, as robust safety preservation. Also, the fact that we are looking at finite prefixes of traces is about safety, so you can get an idea why. And we, by applying repeatedly robust safety or variant of robust safety preservation, we obtain this iterative kind of construction. Okay? So in the remaining 5 minutes, I'll tell you about enforcement and proofs, but briefly. I knew I won't have much time for this. In particular, we've implemented this as an extension of ComCert. So the source language is a large subset of C, the one supported by ComCert, extended with this compartment, so this is like a module system, a very simple one. And then we have this CComp compiler that targets RISC-V assembly of ComCert, but extended with compartment and with a magically secure semantics for this compartment. So this is just an abstract machine, right? That's trying to still be enforcement, how do you say, like not be specific to any kind of enforcement, because then we do enforcement in various different ways. One is software fault isolation, and then we are targeting just a vanilla machine without any special security features. Or we've been looking also at hardware accelerated enforcement quite a bit at this tagged architecture called micropolicies. But more, and this we've done in simpler settings, not for ComCert. For ComCert, we really built a Cherry RISC-V backend. And I'll tell you more probably in 2 slides about it. But the reason we were very interested in Cherry is, well, it's an academic project, but ARM had quite a bit of interest in it and had this experiment of actually producing an ARM processor with these capabilities in. So say if things were to continue in this direction and industry is convinced, this might be coming to your phone at some point. So it's not a completely crazy idea that this could be deployed in practice. And the nice thing about this hardware accelerated enforcement, well, it's usually faster than what you can do in software. And also you can do certain things like pass capabilities around between compartments that otherwise you wouldn't be able to do with software. Okay, so for ComCert extended with compartments, we added these mutually distrustful compartments with interfaces and interacted via procedure calls to all of the languages of ComCert. And we kept all the 19 verified compiler passes. We extended them to compartments, but they're all there, including all the optimizations. There's really only a footnote. Function inlining and tail call optimizations, we had to disable those cross compartments, but just because that changes the interfaces of compartments. So, but otherwise, well, other than this one little thing, you have all the optimizations of ComCert. And then we extended the compiler correctness proof in just 19,000 lines of code, which might seems like a lot. But compared with the size of ComCert, that's just a 13.6% change. And the nice thing is that I'm getting security in 2 slides. We are able to reuse that for the security proof, and that's really a big win. Now, the capabilities backend to this Cherry capability machine, I mean, capabilities are these pointers with a base and the bound, which you cannot access out of bounds. And we use them not to give us something like memory safety. You can also get that with Cherry, but really to only isolate compartments. So coarser grained, like for instance, no, some other compartment will not get any pointer to any of the memory of another compartment, right? That's how we use these capabilities here. We are implementing this secure calling convention by INA, which uses some fancy kinds of capabilities or skip. And then because we are in this, as opposed to INA setting where it was really about a trusted versus an untrusted piece of code, here we have these mutually distrustful compartments. We also need to add some wrappers on calls and returns that do things like clean registers and make sure that these capabilities are not shared arbitrarily between compartments. So now, in terms of proof, how does one prove that a secure compilation chain at this scale achieves secure compilation? Maybe I should mention, in case it wasn't clear by now, that this kind of proofs are very difficult and tedious. For things like proof abstractions, conjectures have survived for decades. Like at POPL 6 years ago or 7 years ago, there was a paper showing that some conjectures made 20 years earlier about some transformation being fully abstract. Well, it wasn't true, and the POPL paper was just about, showing that it's not. And also proofs can get big, like even for total compilers, 250 pages. I've seen this kind of proofs. So we are working on more scalable proof techniques, trying to reduce proof size, but also working with machine check proofs in the Coq proof assistant. I mean, at the scale of ComCert, there's really no other way of, there's no paper proofs at that scale. And as a stopgap, we are also using property-based testing to find wrong conjectures early, and also to deal with parts that we don't know yet how to verify. So here is how this looks for our compilation chain. For the ComCert part, we have full machine check proofs in Coq. We have the scalable proof technique. We first applied to simple languages, made sure first that it works in the small before trying it at ComCert scale. Then we scaled it up. The nice thing is that it reuses this ComCert correctness proof, which is really super large, 130,000 lines of code. And our security plus the extensions of just the correctness proof, so everything we added, is only about 1/3 of the correctness proof of ComCert, the original correctness proof of ComCert. And this is really a milestone in terms of realism. In this space of full abstraction-like proof, people were really only doing things for very simple languages, while here we are able to do it for an optimizing C compiler with 19 passes. And in the past, we've used systematic testing to verify some of our backends, to systematically test, to validate our backends. But it would be very nice to also verify these backends, because that's where the interesting thing is happening in terms of enforcement. But yeah, it's a verification challenge, and I don't have time to go into the detail why it is, but I'll stop here and take questions.
Thank you, Evelyn. One question, and then we should go to lunch, I think. Yes.
So I'm curious, like when you say sort of verification for this kind of lower sort of like target languages.
Backends, yes.
Yeah, backend. So like, what would that even entail? Because obviously, like, you can't feasibly verify like an actual physical processor or whatever. So like,
no, but
what type of specification are we talking about verifying here?
Yeah, I mean, one usually stops at the level of the instruction set architecture, right? So the compiler, not the compiler, the processors usually give you a relatively clean interface that tells you pretty much an operational semantics for all the instructions, and that's good enough as a operational semantics against which to verify things.
Right. So in this case, for example, like you would be showing that the cherry capabilities are enough to encode the behavior that you get from compartments.
Yes. Okay. Exactly.
Well, try another round and use your networking skills to catch it.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
No, for now it's fine. I'll just. Yeah, it's fine. I'm just sitting here to get Derek introduced. Okay, let me check that everybody's in and. Test, test. Okay, as we're settling in, I'm glad to introduce Derek Dreyer for this last session, that last session of PLMW. Derek will give a talk that he's given many times on how to write papers, and it's every time I learn something new, so pay attention.
like a tree with a bunch of different sub branches. So what's the trick for getting flow when you're
So a good example of that. So let me first say, I still think the principle holds new applies, but it is, yes, this example is very simple. It's a linear flow. Many paragraphs have more of a three-line structure, or you might have, yes, it works. I'll just finish it. It's a good question. So a common example is a kind of list paragraph. So you may have a paragraph where you say, there are a number of reasons why, blah, blah, blah. First, this, second, this, okay, and then, so then clearly there's some other structure there, but it's very clear from the way it's structured, or from the words you're using, like first, second, third, how this relates to the previous step. But often, yeah, you have to. This is where a course is required. To go into where, I mean, yes, it's more complicated than the way I'm saying it, but still, I would say the beginning of sentences should connect back to the basic principles is the same. It's just that actually making it work may require a little bit. Okay, so I'll continue. Oops, sorry. So that was flow.
It doesn't seem to have a consistent topic, right? So it, yeah.
It's incoherent.
So you mentioned the 2 points about flow and coherence, and it feels like one is the opposite of the other, because you mentioned for the second one you should put your point first, but the point is someone new in this paragraph. So
another way of, yeah, I understand your question. It's a good question. So another way of thinking about it is that the point that you make is like a higher level point that you're going to be discussing. Right? It might not have right, the points of individual sentences. So each sentence, of course, has something it's trying to convey as well. But those are sort of more detailed points, right? And they're feeding into this larger point that is the overarching point of the paragraph. So they're not really in conflict. It's just they're different levels.
thanks.
Yeah, I have a question about this just-in-time principle. Anecdotally, sometimes I experience when people don't put the background section up front first, I don't understand what they're talking about in the actual content of the paper because I don't have the background. So is this just something that you have to accept that people without the background are not going to understand the beginning of your paper until they get to that point, or?
No, I mean, it depends on the work or the particular subject. What I often do in my papers is I often have a section 2, and we'll be getting to this in a little bit, which is presenting the key ideas of the paper. And often in that section, just in order to explain the key ideas, you have to give some of the background. You have to review something from previous work which you're building on. That's a perfectly fine place to put it because you're going to use it right there. Right? It's different from saying, here's all my notation about things, like you don't even know what they are. And then they get used in very later. So just, if you're going to present that technical stuff, present it right when you need it. It doesn't mean you shouldn't present it.
There's also a question about the just-in-time. So one thing I've been told by my advisors is that sometimes people read papers in a non-linear fashion. So let's say I've introduced some background just in time in one bit of the paper, but actually I keep using it then in other sections, and then a reader might be confused because they will try to find this maybe in the background, but actually I've introduced it just in time in one place where technically in the linear flow of the paper that was the right place to introduce it, but not if somebody reads it in a different way. And then another question also building on top of that, this thing that you mentioned in the overview section, I also struggle with this a lot I think there's like this really short paper by Leslie Lamport, which is like state the problem before introducing your solution. And there I struggle with this, like, what if I need specific vocabulary to express the problem? And then sometimes I feel like if you don't want to devolve into this whole background section, you have to kind of put some forward references in the sense of like, okay, I won't exactly explain what this is. I will mention it now, but yeah, it's kind of a constant tension that keeps up.
This always happens with 2 parts. But okay, I can give you the general answer. The general answer I would say is, I remember the first part of your question. So actually, for the first part of your question,
get into all the technical details.
Yeah, they want to get. Is making some important contributions. And I'm not saying it shouldn't get accepted, but as a practical matter, if you want to get your paper accepted, it's better if it's interesting. Okay, it makes the paper more accessible or more memorable, especially to the non-expert reviewers, but often to the expert reviewers as well. There has to be some interesting takeaways, some insights that make them remember the paper. One answer which no one gave, which I'm happy no one gave, but I often hear is, how is your work challenging, right? So you want to impress the reviewers that this was really hard and you struggled. And often that translates into, writing out in detail all the things you did that didn't work or something like this, and to impress them that this was really hard to do. Reviewers don't care, okay? Whether it's challenging or not is really not relevant unless it affects these other questions. Like maybe the things that made it challenging are also why your solution is very interesting. Then that's fine, but focus on what's interesting, not trying to impress the reviewers. Yeah?
Is the notion of interesting here? I think some people like to feel that some results are also surprising.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be surprising necessarily. Sorry, yeah. The question was, whether you have to show that something is surprising. I don't think it has to necessarily be surprising, but it has to be, by the way, it doesn't have to do this thing. This is just something that helps make the paper better, right? It makes it more memorable if there's something, some takeaway, right? Some interesting insights. But they don't necessarily have to be dramatically surprising. All right. So, how do you implement these overarching principles? There are a number of ways of doing this, and I don't want you to think this is the only way to structure a paper. Okay, I have structured my own papers sometimes in somewhat different ways. There's many ways to do this. Okay, but this is a structure that works, and I use it a lot, and not just me, a lot of people use this a lot. So I think it's worth understanding, and it may be a good starting point for you. So the idea is basically there's 5 key things. The abstract. Okay, abstract's very short. That's just like 1 or 2 paragraphs. The introduction to the paper. The key ideas section, and we'll get back to this later, but this is related to this interesting bit. The technical meat, where you explain all your technical details, and related work section. So first of all, before I say anything more, can you guess which of these 5 I'm not going to talk about today? Technical meat, why? Yeah, that's one reason. It varies. It really varies a lot. It's very hard to give general advice about the technical meat. That's true, but there's another reason. Well, I mean, of course it's important, right? But why is it the least impactful?
Because the least people read it.
Yeah, 5 people read it, okay. That may be an over-approximation, okay? I mean, so there's the 3 on that. Well, actually, yeah, I hate to break it to you, the program committee members don't always read the technical meat. They're supposed to, but it's often difficult. So yeah, very few people are going to read that technical meat unless they really need to build on your work. So you want to make the other parts, which are going to be more accessible to more readers, really good. Of course, the technical meat should also be really good. I'm not saying it shouldn't, but focus your first efforts on the other sections. So let's start with the abstract and intro. And I'm going to mostly talk about the abstract, actually, because the intro follows basically the same principles as the abstract. So the approach that I use is something called the CGI model. And this stands for context gap innovation. Okay, so what are these 3 things? These are sort of the 3 stages of your abstract or your intro. The context sets the stage and motivates the general topic of your paper. Okay, so this is not the specific problem you're solving. It's sort of like it's bringing the reader into the space, the research space that you're working in. Right, starting at a point where you think that they probably can understand. Right, a very general opening. Then there's the gap. The gap is where you explain your specific problem and why existing work does not adequately solve it. Okay, you should be very concrete about explaining what exactly that problem is. And then there's the innovation. So this is where you state what you've done that's new, and you explain how it helps fill the gap that you just stated. Okay? So why does this address the problem? Well, first of all, this is top-down. Right? You're starting at a high level of things that most people would find accessible, and you're getting more detailed into the work you're actually doing. Okay? That's number one. And as for the tell them what they want to know, you're addressing importance. Why is the work important? With this context and gap, right? That's sort of saying, like, this is a generally important problem that people work on, and here's a specific problem within that space that is unsolved. So that explains the importance. And then novelty, right? And the gap and innovation go to novelty because the gap clearly explains what is the thing that hasn't been done before, and the innovation explains how you're helping to fill that, gap and by doing something new. Okay? So this structure is sort of naturally addresses those two overarching principles. So let me give you an example by just giving you a little abstract for this talk. So, and you'll see the context gap innovation as I do it. Learning to write well is an essential part of becoming a successful researcher. Unfortunately, many researchers find it very hard to write well because they do not know how to view their text from the perspective of the reader. In this talk, we will present a simple set of principles for good writing based on an understanding of how readers process information. Unlike such platitudes as be clear or omit needless words, our principles are constructive. One can easily check whether a piece of text satisfies them, and if it does not, the principles suggest concrete ways to improve it. Okay? So this is a very typical structure that I use for abstracts and for intros. Obviously, for intros, it's not one sentence for each of these things, or two sentences. It's going to be several paragraphs. Okay, but this gives you the general idea. Hopefully, there's not another fire on the film. Okay. Now, I have to confess something. So this is usually where I stop talking about CGI, but I just wanted to add another slide here because I realized so I'm giving this talk here, that you might think after this talk, oh, well, I should look, Derek, I see he has a paper at POPL, and maybe I should look at his paper and see how he does this and see whether he practices what he preaches. And unfortunately, I don't always practice what I preach. So I looked at the paper that I have at POPL this year, and it does not actually follow the CGI model. So let's take a look at it. What does it do? So this is a paper we have presented on Thursday by my postdoc, Ina Lynn George. And it's a really cool paper. I'm not going to talk about the details here. But the key thing to notice is this does not follow CGI at all. Okay? So it starts out by saying, we present DRF-CAML, an extension of OCaml's type system that guarantees data race freedom for multi-threaded OCaml programs while retaining backward compatibility with existing sequential OCaml code. And then it goes on from there in a very non-flowy kind of way. Right? So it's like really not following any principles I'm talking about today. We build this, we introduce this, we show this, we formalize this. This is another way of doing an abstract. This does not follow the CGI model, but it's an example of how there are different ways of doing things. Okay? So, of course, one thing you can learn from this is that I did not write this abstract. Okay? One of my co-authors did. I checked. I was like, did I write the abstract? No, I didn't. So it's not generally my style to do this, but that's a question of style. But there are reasons why you might do an abstract this way. Can anyone imagine what those reasons might be? Yeah.
If you have limited words to express your thoughts, you don't want to give the background.
Certainly, if you have space issue, but that was not an issue here. Anything else? Yeah.
9 co-authors.
Yeah, but I mean, okay. In this case, I remember reading the abstract someone else wrote. I was like, yeah, it's fine. Any other reasons? So, oh yeah, go ahead. You're opening with the most important, not only the most important part, this first sentence is a very concise summary of the entire paper. Okay, so sometimes you can do that. Most of the time you can't, because most of the time it's very hard to summarize in one sentence the entire paper. Okay, and even here, like, you have to care about OCaml to care about this, but probably if you don't care about OCaml, maybe this paper is not so interesting to you. Maybe not, but so by doing it this way, you're sort of saying this is what we're doing, and if you're interested in this, you're immediately interested in by the first sentence. Okay, so it conveys a certain what I would call confidence. It's like, this should be interesting to you. So like, and if you get that from the first sentence, then you're great. And if the content is clear, I mean, in this case, the flow is not such an issue because this is really like a bunch of bullet points. It's not really a paragraph that you would read in a paper. Like, you would never write a paragraph like this in the body of the paper because that would be hard to read. This is more like an executive summary, like if you had bullet points on a slide. That can work fine. So this is just an example of how there's different ways to do things, but that can work very well. All right, so. What, 3 minutes? Okay, fine. I'll be quick. All right, 1 minute on this one. So, good. About introductions, I'm not going to say very much, except they're basically, I almost always, for introductions, follow the CGI model. There is an alternative approach that Simon Peyton-Jones recommends in his talk, which is to eliminate the context entirely and get straight to the, start with a concrete example, like, here's some Haskell code, and then, starts talking about it. That could work very well. Again, if it sort of, it makes it clear that if you're interested in Haskell, this paper may be for you, and if you're not, probably not. Okay? So that can work. It depends on what audience you're trying to target. But I often find it assumes too much knowledge of the reader, too much context, so it doesn't usually work for me. All right, let me get to key ideas. I'll do 1 minute on key ideas and one on related work. So the key ideas is, there's a lot to say about key ideas. The main thing I suggest is have a key ideas section. So this comes after the intro, and the whole point of this section is you want to get across some key takeaway messages from your work, okay? And I do this basically by viewing it as you're at the whiteboard. You're trying to explain your work by drawing pictures on the board, explaining things with concrete, motivating examples. You're not trying to explain the general solution. You're not trying to explain the technical details. You're just trying to give across high-level intuition about what's interesting about your work or how the thing is working. Right, and as I said, I'm not going to go into here, but basically, this forces you to have a takeaway, have something interesting that you can explain, right? And often, if you don't have a key ideas section, it's sort of a signal that maybe there's, it's a more technical paper and it's harder to explain something interesting. Finally, related work. So this is a super important section. So I just want this is my last slide. There's two things I want to say about it. This section, often people put this in one of two places. They put it either at the beginning of the paper, maybe in the introduction or right after the introduction, or they put it at the end of the paper. I strongly recommend putting this at the end of the paper. This is somewhat controversial. Some people, really like the other way. The reason I say to put it at the end of the paper is that you can't really properly compare it to related work until you've explained what you've done. And so at the beginning of the paper, it's too early. The reader doesn't know what you did yet, so how can you really give a precise technical comparison? This doesn't mean that you don't compare at all with related work in the beginning of the paper, because of course, in the introduction, when you're explaining the gap, or the thing that's not solved by prior work, you have to say something about the related work, because that's how you're establishing the gap. But that's usually very short. You're like briefly saying what the previous work doesn't do. That's totally different from a related work section where you go into detail about a lot of technical stuff. The second point is you want to give real comparisons. So the worst thing you can do in a related work section is just sort of, you feel like you need to cite all these people. So you just write a paragraph about each paper that by a PC member that you think you need to cite, and you say nothing interesting. All right, that's terrible. Then whenever someone does that to me as a reviewer, I'm like, ugh. So I'd rather they didn't cite me than to cite me in a boring way, right? I want the writer to give real comparisons that explain in detail how their work fills the gap in a way that the related work doesn't. And with that, I'm basically done. So just to summarize, flow with old to new, coherence with one paragraph, 1 point. We talked about name your baby, just in time, and short subjects. Abstract and intro should follow the CGI model most of the time, although there are some other ways of doing things. Have a key ideas section if you can. It really helps to scaffold the presentation, and put the related work section at the end. Thank you, and hope you get something out of this.
Thanks, Derek. We have time. We had a lot of questions in the middle, but we also had a gap intermission, so maybe we have time for one more question while we make sure the panel is being set up.
Is key ideas a real section, or is it just at the end of the introduction?
Usually, it can be both, but usually for me it's a real section. So often in the introduction you do also have some part where you're explaining what's interesting about the work, and often that's that could be like the very short version of the key ideas section. But typically I have a multi-page key ideas section, like often the intro from my paper. If we have like a 25-page paper for POPL', then the intro might be 4 pages or 4 or 5 pages, and the key ideas might be 5 or 6 pages. I mean, it could be, it varies, but yeah, it's usually a real section where you actually give concrete example. You work through some concrete examples that take space. Last question.
Is the key ideas, I think some people call this the overview section?
Yeah, there's various names for it, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is, it's not quite the same as there's a section often people call an overview that's here's the architecture of my system.
That is also useful, and sometimes that's the right section to put in section 2 because it gives a sort of, it follows this top-down thing. Like here's the big picture, and then you go into more details. But it's not quite the same as a key ideas where you bring out these sort of key technical takeaways.
Awesome.
All right, thank you.
Let's thank Derek again. And let's have our panel come up to the front.
In the US. And as you can guess from my accent, I'm not from the US, I'm French. I did my PhD at INRIA Paris in France. And my topic is formal verification using separation logic.
I'm Mike Dodds. I work at Galwar. I wore the T-shirt today so that you all can remember who I am. We're a research consultancy. We're about 110 people, employee-owned, so it's a fun place to work. So my history is I was assistant professor in the UK before I moved to America in about 2017, and then before that I was at University of Cambridge and the University of York doing various separation logic and concurrency related things. And I think I was just thinking, I think the first POPL I went to was probably Austin in 2010, I think. That was, so yeah, I've been knocking around for a few years at this point. So I think mid-career maybe is the summary.
Hello, I'm Jenna DiVincenzo. I'm a new professor at Purdue, so in the US. I just graduated in 2023 with my PhD, so I went right through to the assistant professor position, which is possible in our field, which is good. So I did my PhD at CMU under Jonathan Aldrich and Joshua Sunshine, if you know those people. And I do research in gradual verification, so more formal verification, but I try to mix static and dynamic together, and I have dabbled a little bit in separation logic myself as well. So that's becoming a theme.
Cool. Hey all, I'm Ron Garcia. I'm an associate professor of computer science at University of British Columbia. I started there in 2011. Before that, I was a postdoc at CMU. I was working with Frank Fenning, but I also worked with Jonathan Aldrich. It's like, why did you work with Jonathan Aldrich? Well, I work on gradual typing primarily, and so there was just at the time, Jonathan was getting interested in it, and then one of my longtime collaborators, Eric Tonter, was visiting him at the time, and that's when I met Eric, and now he's one of my best friends. And then before that, I was a postdoc at Rice University, working with Walid Taha, and I did my PhD at Indiana University in Bloomington, Indiana. which was kind of, at the time, it was like this, like one of the scheme places. So little types, lots of dynamics. Call CC is the best ever. A small tidbit, just it's really fun being up here because I was one of the co-organizers of the first PLMW with Stephanie Weirich and Kathleen Fisher, which was awesome. And when we did that, we didn't know that there would ever be another one. It was just kind of a one-off. And this is just, if all of my research goes to dust, just knowing that this has been going on will have made my career worth it as far as I'm concerned.
Awesome. So the way this works is that we'll open the floor to questions in just a minute. But usually, just to get things started, I ask a question. And for every question, unless the audience directs it to some of you in particular, you can feel free to answer or take the mic and answer it. So the question that I'll seed this with is, how is research after graduating for a PhD for you different than what it was during your PhD, if it is at all? Like the process of doing research or the topics you choose or anything you want to add along those lines?
Cool. Yeah, well, I have the mic, so I'll start. So my experience as a graduate student, and I was a graduate student for a very long time. It took me a long time to figure out what I wanted to do. I started in electrical engineering, realized hardware sucks, switched to computer architecture, realized hardware sucks, switched to software engineering, software sucks, and then eventually I found programming languages, and I was like, this is cool. But a lot of it was about, early on, learning how to do school. You spend 20 years learning how to get reasonable grades while having some fun. And then for me, learning how to do, even think about research as a concept was really difficult. I mean, it was a real struggle that it was this, how do you find a problem that's worth doing? How do you know it's good? Do you trust your advisor when they say, yeah, this is a good one? And you're like, is it really though? And you're like, yeah, it is. And then and then also, in addition, finding, there's another PL researcher, Philippa Gardner, who talks about the idea of finding your research voice, which is your style and your aesthetics and all of that. And that takes a real long time to develop. I mean, it took me well past being a graduate student. And some of it is about learning how to keep learning about things, but also not straying too far and being able to do things and keep making forward progress. And then some of it is about learning how do you build a relationship with a student around a thing that they might be interested in but not sure, and then finding the right angle at which to take it. And I've, most of my work, as I say, is in programming languages, semantics. I've had a few students that have co-supervised where it's one of these why am I even here? And then at the end of the day, you realize that there was something valuable that you contributed to the growth of a student who was going through the same thing that you did before. So I think some of it is, there's always more to learn about how do I pick research problems, and that's always something that you can revisit. But I think really the way my advisor described it was doing your PhD is about the development of you, and it's your driver's license for doing research. You managed to go through that process and that struggle, and you had a success, and then you try and build on it.
Yeah, I think Ron said a lot of really great things that I definitely agree with. I guess I'll kind of switch gears a little bit. I would say in terms of day-to-day life, because I think Ron echoes a lot of the things that I would agree with, so I'll take a little bit of a different side of things. So day-to-day PhD life, I feel like I had a lot of time to really get into the weeds of the research, really dig in, think about things, solve the hard problems of the research that I was doing. You just don't have that time, unfortunately, as a faculty. The job is different when you look at research. I'm a project manager more than I am the person doing it. I'm supposed to be guiding students through the research now. And I'm trying to find that balance because a lot of my students are new, so I also have to still dig into the weeds, but I have to also know when to stop and let them kind of go and do it and then come back to me and then give them guidance if they get stuck, but kind of instead of me being in control of everything, kind of letting them have more control and me kind of stepping back and focusing more on the big picture, which I actually kind of find is fun. So I'm kind of excited to not be stuck in the weeds all the time and let my students figure that out, and then I get to kind of look at the broader vision, exploring new areas that relate to the core of what I do in graduate verification, which was my thesis. So I am expanding on my thesis in my work now, but I get to learn about large language models, and I never thought I would, as a PL person, learn about large language models, but turns out they're kind of useful when you pair them with PL things. So which I think someone's giving a talk on that tomorrow. Loris, maybe? So if you guys are interested, or a keynote, so that's good. Plug, I guess, me advertising for that accidentally on the panel. But yeah, so I guess what I like about the research I do now as a faculty versus PhD is I really get to kind of explore different areas that I didn't think that I could or would have time to as a PhD student and focus more on the big picture.
Everyone's taking all the things I was going to say. I think to echo what you were saying, the sort of anti-pattern is that you sort of stop doing research and you start answering emails all day, right? You know, this is kind of sometimes what getting more senior means. I think that a thing that I've learned to do more is you get kind of more of a sense of like the overall landscape of research and also more of a gut sense of what's going to work and what isn't. And so what is very satisfying is when, and I'm by no means the expert at this, but I see other people do this as well, is when someone comes to you with a problem and you say, oh, how about you try this thing? And then they're like, oh my God, you know, and it's just that I've seen like a bazillion papers at this point. And, you know, like my old, you know, boss, Matthew Parkinson, was the best at sort of, you gave him your problem, and then he would say, oh, I think what you mean is this thing. And you think, damn you, that's much smarter than the thing I was thinking. You say, of course, that was what I was thinking. Thank you, Matt. You know, you kind of go and work on it. So I find that kind of as you get more into a research career and post-PhD, you get more of that sort of big picture view, and you just get more of a gut sense of what's going to work. So that's very gratifying. And it does also, it's necessary, because often you're sliced quite thin and you're decontextualized, and all you can give is like an hour or 2 hours. But yeah, when you can give that calibration, that's very satisfying.
And so I agree, of course. And I think what I want to say is a message of hope. Like at the beginning of my PhD, I found everything very difficult to do. I did my PhD on separation logic, so I had to learn separation logic. I did on space complexity, so I had to learn space complexity. But by the end, I knew this topic, and now I can work on them, and everything feels much more easier. So don't be afraid. It gets a lot easier.
Awesome, thank you for that. Do we have any questions from the audience?
Could you guys go over perhaps your experiences or any tips you have for choosing, for your PhD, choosing your advisor and which school and the topic?
I have opinions, but you go ahead.
Yeah, so for me, I think it's very difficult from the outside world to decide whether you want to do a PhD with someone. So I would advise to, if possible, have an internship with people you want to try. So you can try what it's working with them, and then decide if you want to pursue in this topic and with this person.
Yeah, I would strongly advise, I think the advisor relationship is more important than the topic, to be honest. Like, it's sort of like, you know, it's not quite getting married, but you're certainly going to spend a lot of time with this person. And so I would say, you know, if you vibe together, probably you will not end up working on the topic you think you're going to work on. That's just kind of, most people don't work on exactly that. But if you're working with an advisor and you have an amazing relationship, then that can be a lifelong, you know, that can be a career-long thing that kind of provides value to you. So, like, I don't know, I would just do like a bit of have a call with them. The other thing is, like, talk to their current students. And sometimes their current students will say to you, this person is a horrible nightmare. Do not come and work to this lab. I have heard that story about people saying, do not come here. It's awful. So I would say, like, do your research and, like, talk to people that are currently working with them, and like, don't worry too much about the exact topic, the exact dialed in topic, but worry about, like, that relationship that you're going to have with them.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Definitely talking to them, talking to their students is one advice that I like to give to a lot of students who are so I have some students that I mentor, and they always come to me and ask me, like, I'm deciding between these advisors, what do I do? A lot of times talking to them, asking, and then in their interview, like, I'm assuming when you're asking that, you're getting to the stage of interviews and trying to decide for an advisor, right? One thing to consider is coming, and they want you to ask questions. So ask about their mentoring style. Make sure that it fits. It's kind of like building that relationship that you think that works. The way that and you might not know exactly how you work in research right now, but you might have some idea of how you like to work, at least from your undergrad in some capacity, and you can kind of ask those questions, and they want you to ask those questions to them and then to the students, because the students are always going to be more honest than the actual advisor themselves, because the advisor at that point probably trying to convince you. And then I guess I'll just touch on, because it is a little bit unique to everyone's different situation. I do think you should look for interest, but I guess I'll talk about how I decided. So I was really kind of deciding on a number of great locations and places and people to work with. They had some overlapping interests, and I really like software engineering, and then I kind of fell into PL as I kind of went. So I had a lot of awesome people I was thinking of working with, and somehow all the software engineering people kind of also already overlapped with PL, so yeah, funny story about that. But I think what narrowed it down to me between UW and CMU, location actually played a part in it. My family was very close to CMU, and I didn't realize this until, like, my decision came to be, like, there were other people at CMU that I could work with. If I didn't like what my advisor was doing, I could switch advisors. So that really played a part in it, ultimately. But then I realized later, location actually mattered, because I really needed that support network, especially during COVID, during my PhD. I really found out later, like, PhD is hard, it's long. Lots of things in your life or out externally can happen during 6 years of a PhD. It's really nice to have a support network nearby. And that could be friends too. It can be friends in the program, so you can also make friends in the program. So I guess you can talk to students as well and see if they're getting along and have events to go to and stuff like that. Because really, for me, I didn't realize it until later, a support network really helped me through my PhD. That includes advisor, but also like location actually did play a big part in my decision. So I know some people say, don't worry about location, you should go with your research interests and advisor, but sometimes having a location that gives you a good support network is also a good way to kind of choose advisors.
Yeah, I'll try and be brief, because I guess they're like a lot of stuff was covered. I mean, my personal story was wild. I made all the wrong decisions for all the wrong reasons, and things worked out swimmingly in the long run. So I would, like, whatever I did, I don't recommend it, but it worked out. But I do say that I think to echo what was said was that the supervisory relationship can be really significant, and there can be different styles. Like I have some friends who are professors, and their style is, I don't talk to my students about feelings. It's just not what I do. And I think it's useful when thinking about the supervisory role to think that there's never going to be a guru. There's not going to be the one professor who meets all of your personal needs. I mean, the way I describe it, I was raised by a group of professors that were all at the place where I was. So like my supervisor was just always had my back, and never kicked me out of the program for some reason, and that worked out. And then I had like people who took me aside and gave me advice when they felt that I needed it, and there were other professors who just were the right person to talk to about the right thing. And then the other big thing was having a group of siblings, basically, other students who are around who made both social life good and were also able to relate. So don't look for the one person who has everything that you need, but it is important to look out for the person who turns out to be not a good fit for you. And so that's where I think it is worth talking to students and talking to other faculty in the area to kind of, people won't necessarily say it directly, but if you hear something a little weird, then it's worth inspecting further.
For those of you who went on to become faculty, how did you decide you wanted to do that? And is there anything that you did differently during your PhD in order to prepare for that?
So the latter one's easy, as it just didn't really occur to me that I'd become a professor when I was a grad student. It's like, why did you become why'd you go to grad school? It's like, because I wanted my band to stay together. But I also felt like I finished school and I felt like I knew nothing. I was like, I have a degree and I don't know anything. So as far as why I decided to become faculty, I think the easy way to describe it was I had this moment where I did a research project and I had a big win for me. Like there's this, and it felt good. Like it felt like, wow, I created something that's just beyond the edge of what other people know, and that was really exciting. And that was after years of being really unhappy with the work that I was doing, even though my supervisor kept telling me that I was doing good stuff. And there's this really great quote by Ira Glass, who's This American Life, and he talks about people who do creative stuff. The reason that you get into being creative is because your taste is good, but your abilities don't match your taste, and so you're angry at yourself all the time because you keep making stuff and it sucks. And then what he says is basically you just have to keep making stuff that sucks, and then eventually you'll get there. And it really just takes long for some people. So I got that bug, and then I did a couple of postdocs. And when I got the opportunity to be faculty, I was at a point where I was like, well, do I do faculty or do I try and just go into industry? And there's lots of constraints. And for me, the thought was, well, if you go into industry, it's actually quite harder to go and be a researcher. It's typically easier if you're faculty to go into industry at some point. And so I thought, I'll try that one first and see what I think. So I tried it, and I'm still trying it. That's basically what happened.
A little different. I mean, I guess it makes sense why I didn't postdoc and I really tried hard to get a faculty position. I went into a PhD because I wanted to be a faculty. I learned a lot about what it actually means to be a faculty along the way of my PhD, but I really so I had some really fantastic professors in my undergrad, but I also had some really bad professors in my undergrad in terms of teaching. And so in some of my classes, I kind of sat there and I can do better than this. I know that's not bad, not nice to say, but I was like, I think I could teach better than this. Once I understood the content. So I'm like, and I was like, I did tutor in my undergrad too, so I think that helped. I really wanted to distribute knowledge to others, and then I was like, I could do it better than some of the professors that I had in my class. So then I was like, well, I did love doing research, and so when I was like, okay, well, I like research, and I really want to be a professor, I need to get a PhD, so hence going towards PhD. And so because I went in knowing I wanted to be a professor, there were a lot of things that my advisors in the program helped me do to kind of help my case. Much of which was we had a great RU program, so I mentored undergrads in research pretty much all through my PhD, which was really awesome. And it was awesome because I also had my advisors to help me learn how to be a better mentor and also pick up where I might be failing. And then through the process, I think that hopefully I've become a pretty good mentor, and I was able to step into that role, I thought, pretty easily. Also was able to TA and help really get involved in TAing and course construction. Two of the most important jobs of a faculty is teaching and mentoring, and research, of course. But mentoring is a huge part of being successful in research as a faculty. So those were two things I thought, going in with that knowledge of being a professor, I really got to spend a lot more time putting effort into those things alongside of doing my dissertation and that related research. I think that kind of covers it with your question, I believe.
I feel like I tried to become a professor and I became not a professor. So I'm sort of in a slightly weird position here. I was not very organized about planning to my career. And so I don't really recommend chaotically just kind of doing whatever seems like the best idea at the time. But that's kind of what I did. And a lot of it turns out, so I was a professor for about 5 years. And I didn't like it very much. And I like being in industry much better. And so I think one thing that I found is it's just very hard to tell what you're going to like, or at least for me, until you try it. And so I would sort of recommend at least sort of finding ways to kind of dip your toe into things that you're thinking of committing to, and then just seeing whether they suit you and not. The other thing is, I think I tied up a lot of my personal self-esteem with the idea of becoming a professor, and that was a very bad idea, it turns out, because there are many more things in this world you can do than being a professor and be successful, although being a professor is a fine thing as well if it suits you.
But I'm not yet a professor, so I cannot give advice.
How do you decide when to pull the plug on some project, whether something's not working out or the scope turns out to be so big, both as an advisor or a senior researcher and as a student?
I think this is probably more for you folks.
I'll let you start, Ron. I think you have a bit more experience. Hopefully, that can contribute to this.
Well, I'm sure you all have stuff, but so, well, especially when you're a graduate student or working with a professor, you often have to lean on them to give you guidance, and sometimes sometimes there's not always a definitive oh, the professor has the vision. We often have no idea what we're doing either, especially when because you're at the edge, right? You're kind of working just at the edge of people's knowledge sometimes, and often I had one of my good friends from graduate school, Jeremy Seek, who does a lot of work in similar areas to me. He always said he always tried to fail as quickly as humanly possible. He's just go for the jugular and then kill the project quickly, because then you can move on to another one. And you can get vested in something that's it's well, I've been kind of vested in this one, and it's really hard to let it go. But at least trying to find what's the thing that's going to really challenge what I'm doing the most will be helpful. But that's also sort of coming from the point of view of a professor. Usually when you're working with a professor, it's and this is the scary thing from the professor's point of view. It's oh my God, I'm giving one of my students this thing. Am I sending them down to their doom? So we have this this stress about trying to figure out what direction to go in, and the hope that. But what's nice is it's not always the case that you go do something and then the thing either gets done or not. It's more, and my advisor was always like this, what you do is you do the work, and then at some point something hits you. And sometimes you'll veer heavily from what you're originally doing. So there's multiple strategies in there, but keeping your eyes open while also being simultaneously critical of your own work while, for some people it's easy to be critical and it's hard to be supportive of your own work. So you have to kind of find this balance. Death. Oh, yeah, there, we're back. Yeah, so can you simultaneously balance both of those things? But I'd say at this point in the career, it's often up to the supervisor to sort of help with that. But you can often help the supervisor showing them what you know about the space, and here's the things I'm worried about, and then here's the things that I think are good. And so sometimes when I'm journaling for research, I spend time and I specifically say, I feel bothered and I don't know exactly why, and here's the things that are bothering me, and just kind of writing it out in words helps me kind of work through things sometimes.
So I guess in terms of in starting out as an undergrad going to a PhD, or you're already in a PhD program, your advisors should be helping you through the process of something failing. They should know what to do next or how to guide you next if you're getting results that are negative. And sometimes actually negative results are interesting, and there are actually venues where you can submit your negative results and they're receptive of that. So I guess my take on it is there's no failure of a project. I think it's just a reframing of that project in some other way that's interesting. Through failure, you can learn a lot of things. So one example is we actually have a paper here at TPSA, a workshop on incorrectness logic. We were trying to connect gradual verification and incorrectness logic. And at first, we were going down this route, and it turned out completely wrong. We overmissed a very simple thing that Hoare logic. There's really this and I'm not going to go into the details. I'm not going to bore you with the details. Anyway, we literally spent so long doing some proofs and some formalisms that we overlooked this very simple thing, and we're oh, this is all garbage. We have to throw it all away. But through that process and through talking about that failure, we were actually able to guide the project in a direction that got us some even more interesting results. And well, we have a paper here at a workshop. So I can't really think of a time in research where I mean, as a PhD student, I felt like I failed a lot all the time. But in terms of the overall arcing story of my work and the work that I've produced in my PhD and even now and with my students, all those little failures have turned into something productive eventually. And I think, Jared, or was it, you kind of ended with it. I think that you can just reframe things or use that to guide new projects and turn it into a success. I don't think there really is any true failures of a project.
I actually do have an opinion after all. How wonderful. I think that the other way to think about this is that you should talk to your advisor about hey, I think my project is going wrong. How does this turn into a paper? I need papers. And like academia and research is both a wonderful and idealistic place and also a iterated status game we are all playing. And you should think of it explicitly that way. Like you have a certain number of coupons you can push forward when you want to get a faculty position, and you should have the right number of coupons. And those, I think that you can both be idealistic and also somewhat cynical about the status game we are all playing. So I think if you are concerned, like your advisor should help you with that. And if you're saying like, we've been at this 6 months, nothing seems to be going anywhere, your advisor, has somewhat different incentives than you, and you should be very clear about the fact that like you want to kind of get to something which can help you in your future career. And maintain the shining light of academia and the ivory tower or whatever, all that kind of stuff is good as well. But like ultimately it's your career, all of your careers that you want trying to pursue here, and you should think of it as kind of a thing that you're taking care of your own interests.
So a lot of my colleagues are software engineers, they're software engineering interns, and I love reading about and talking about fancy type systems and formal verification and secure compilation and all that stuff. But they don't really know anything about that, and they don't care. So I was wondering, how much value do you think there is in either working as a software developer or knowing software developers and interacting with them regularly for research that might eventually make a practical difference, like for everybody? Because, for example, like at Coinbase, they have this super ancient Ruby on Rails app that like basically runs half of everything they have, and it like breaks once a week, right? So they don't really understand all the super awesome stuff that like everyone here does. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think that having input from the industry is very, very valuable, because industry has problems, a lot of them, and we are here to help them. So I think that, yeah, industry is a wonderful place to just pick problems to solve and get ideas. So any experience or friends in the industry is good to have, I think, yeah.
I think it's really valuable to kind of have like customers in mind. I think it's good to kind of think like, even if you're writing a paper, I think that, I don't know if you all know this, the Heilmeier catechisms, it's a thing that DARPA uses to try to assess things. Very good questions, but like the most profound question on that list is who cares, right? And I think an amazing number of PL papers, to me, the answer is no one. It's no one cares, right? Except, you all care, like you're wonderful, but like no one outside this room. And so I think that it's very valuable to kind of gut check. One of the real privileges of working at Galois is I have clients and I say to them, hey, what do you think we did this? And they say, we don't care about that. And like the first few times I was like, ow, that really hurts. And then after that, I realized that really sharpens your intuitions about, am I doing stuff that actually matters? And I think academics are often surprisingly poorly aligned to kind of what people care about. So I think it's good, there's all sorts of other reasons why people don't use fancy types or whatever. But like answering that core, like who cares question, I think is really good. And it should be someone other than just the program committee of POPL', I think, in my personal opinion. So I think it's great to kind of get that feedback and sort of, or ask another question, like what would make you care about this? If we could do this, would that be a thing you care about? That's another great question to ask. So yeah, I totally recommend talking to people.
Yeah, I actually, as a new junior faculty, trying to write grants and come up with new ideas, and I specifically, like, my whole research on graduate verification is I want to make formal methods and verification more usable. And that applies also to, like, type systems. We want to make type systems usable. Like, we want to talk to our end users, right? And as a junior faculty who's been, like, just in a PhD and kind of focused on the technical stuff and making the real, like, learning separation logic and Hoare logic and doing theory and having POPL papers, like, I feel like I have not really got to talk to people who actually get to use my tool, and like I really do want the impact. I want people to be able to use my verification tool. I mean, and that's also what I tell the grant people, is that I eventually want my tool to be used broadly by people in that write software on a regular basis. But I don't actually have a ton of those connections because I've been in academia land and PL land forever. So actually, right now, I'm a little jealous of you for having all of those software engineering friends where I could go talk to and be like, hey, what tools do you use on a daily basis. What are the problems that you have with those tools, and how can I solve them? Or how can I make the code that you write more secure or help them not break, provably so? And I will figure out those details, but I need to know what kind of problems to tailor my solutions to.
Yeah, I haven't spent time with developers. I've been in academia forever, basically. I guess the one thing I'll say that just generally might be useful is that it's easy for, even within the discipline of computer science, first we break into silos. And within the silos, we have different values, different concerns, and different priorities and even terminology that we use. And so while I think there's many different reasons for doing research, sometimes what you're trying to do is think broadly about 20 years out or something. Like one of my professors, Amr Sabri, has been thinking about quantum computers for the last 20 years, and there were no quantum computers 20 years ago. But he's like, but if we had one, how would we program it? And people are like, what do you, like, they pay you to do this, right? So, but it ends up being a problem. It ends up being of particular interest later, and things aren't always like that. But there's also the case that being able to empathize with another sub-community and see through their eyes what they care about has led to lots of really interesting research. I mean, I think of the first person that comes to mind for me is Nate Foster, who embedded himself in the networks community after doing a dissertation about lenses, and then came to understand what their values were, and then said, how could I use the toolbox that I have to solve problems in that space? And he's not going straight to obviously you need dependent types network people, it's more like you have small problems that you can see through a different lens. And I think in general, there's some value to that, but I don't know that everybody needs to do it, but I think that some people should do it.
This is actually sort of related to George's question about kind of, yeah. So from just for me personally, I think a lot of my motivation to do research and to do a PhD is because of I used to work in industry, and there are lots of problems with how things are done. But I also do. I mean, this is kind of far out maybe, but I envision that as I get further away from that life, a lot of those inspirations and ideas will kind of reach an end, I guess. And I'm wondering kind of, in the faculty career, I guess, is there space to kind of do what you said, embed yourself into another area, or even go back to work in industry for a few years and then come back? Or is that kind of just not really that possible, I guess? Do you have to keep on publishing, or is there I guess grace in the academic world? Yeah.
So I think in general, and I'll probably pass it down briefly, but there are for sure. So for just a few examples, I've known a few faculty members who will, when they go on sabbatical, in many places, every roughly 6 years or so, you get to take a year and go kind of decompress and also kind of find inspiration. And some people will go to a company. I know a few people have gone to Galois, for instance, and spent time there, and it really gives you a chance to look at things from, I mean, it's a research institution. It's not, you're not necessarily going oh, I'm just going to go to work in the back room of the grocery store that needs database stuff. But who knows, right? People do different things. So there are opportunities there. And then there's also sometimes students will go do internships, and that can often lead to connections where the students come back and they become, in many ways, the students are your scouts, and they kind of can tell you what's happening as well. And there's different ways that you can stay connected to things that you care about. And then other people decide that they want to leave and go to industry. So it's not a one-way street is basically what I'd say.
Yeah, I think Ron said most of what I want to say. Definitely students, and then after, a lot of places, some have pre-tenure sabbatical, some have, Purdue has, it's after you get tenure, you take a year, and then a lot of people go to industry for that time period so that they can do the things that you're saying, is get familiar with the type of problems they have and how they research, or how the nice thing after 10 years, you can kind of switch gears and really change the kind of research you're doing. So yeah, those are kind of the big ones. Shoot, I had one other one to add that I thought was pretty good, but funding. So as a faculty, you need funding. A good place to get funding is through a lot of industry awards. And those industry awards leads to connections with people in industry. And then those connections lead to collaborations, and those collaborations lead to you getting more involved in kind of what's happening in that. Say, like Amazon, there's an Amazon Research Award. So if you get an Amazon Research Award, you get a contact at Amazon. If you get a Google one, you get a contact at Google. And they try to tailor it, I think, to like what your research is interested in and the connection you can make there. And then you kind of go from there and produce these kind of industry connections. One thing that's cool about Purdue, some other institutions I don't know have this, but Purdue, and maybe it's because I'm in ECE, so I'm in engineering. Yeah, I'm a PL person in computer engineering, but that's fun. Anyway, so getting closer to the architecture people. They have this like industry, like research to industry kind of pipeline and resources on campus that I can, as a faculty, connect into. So I can make these connections with industry, even industries in Indiana nearby Purdue. And so I've made, actually, even through my like new faculty orientation, I made some cool connections with some cool companies that are actually interested in formal methods. And so I actually might use them as like some professionals so I'm gonna do user studies. I like to do user studies with my tools. So, and I really wanna teach Rust through verification topics. And so they wanna learn Rust, actually, which is kinda cool. And so I think that we're gonna have some conversations where I can kind of use them as users for my user studies. So there's a lot of random opportunities that pop up that faculty connect with people in industry.
Yeah, it's pretty normal for us. So we often run big collaborations, like me and Leo were just at an offsite today where we're building a C verification tool, and it's a C verification tool with 2 big US government contractors as customers. And so we spent a lot of today talking and or arguing with them about what their use cases should be. And that's great because they do that thing where they're like, you're wrong and you should do this instead. And and the US, I think, is different from like a lot of other places in the world, in that there are a lot of these big collaborative. In fact, the EU has them as well, I think, as well. So there's a lot of kind of permeability between industry and academia. Even if you don't stop being a professor, you can kind of like work in big groups collaborating with kind of other industry places. So I think there's a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, a good example for like my field is that often industry want fast programs, and we have to prove them correct. So it works like it's a very good sort of good problems to work on.
Awesome. And on that note, we're out of time. So let's thank our panelists. And 2 reminders for after. There's a Jane Street board game /dinner/food drinks somewhere in the patty cake room at 6 o'clock. And if you're funded by PLMW, and this is important, there will be a survey. You need to fill it before you get funding, before you get reimbursed. So make sure you fill that survey.
Thank you for participating.